So it is July 5th. We are at Jamba Juice Baja Fresh in Camarillo. So we're all the way out in Camarillo now. As I got here, there were some camo. Two people at the same time came out in camos. Small groups, red cars backwards in this lot. There was about 5 right here. It looks like most of them are gone. About 3 green and blacks, two black and white camos came out right when I sat here. One went into Jamba, and it wasn't like what we saw at, or where were we? Calabasas at the sushi place, Planet Sushi, but it was the same tactic. And then last week after we were finishing up, groups of blue and black pants, blue shirts showed up in Westlake at Sharky's, and then when I got home, some of the blue and blacks, when I left this morning, some of the black and blue or whatever tactics, not in huge numbers, but just a few of them, which could or could not be, but I can pick it up pretty fast, especially when something like 10 followed us as we were leaving the Sharky's. And the one guy that keeps sitting on my porch was wearing the same colors too.
Who's sitting?
The guy, he calls himself Derek, and he keeps coming over and sitting on the porch. He kind of knocks a little, and then he sits on the porch, and then for like a half an hour, then he leaves. Sometimes I'm there, I don't even know he's there because the knocking's so subtle. And this is the same guy that kept knocking on the first time when I reported the dude to the police. That kept knocking for like 17 minutes straight, and then he put the beer under the light.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Yeah, same guy that we were trying to figure out it was the same guy. And the thing is, he always comes out when I leave my house and go somewhere, and they're all strategic. Like I go to Casa de Tacos, and then something triggers him and he goes out. Or last week I was out in Porter Ranch, and I took a nap in my car, and Allied Universal Security showed up in a lot, sort of trying to passive aggressively, we're watching you, which they never show up at that lot. I don't even think they probably don't even normally do security for that lot. They probably made their way out, because I was there, because the 20 times I've been in that huge lot, I've never seen any security yet. I sort of wake up from a nap and there's Allied Universal, and then on my camera at the same time he comes on my porch, and I noticed a few patterns, like he's always wearing a cap, like Terrence Scroggins, and Terrence Scroggins claiming this is my property, like some kind of weird mind game, or try to make people think that I'm somehow getting into Terrence Scroggins' house, or something freaky like that, right? And most importantly, his conversations with me, because I've spoke to him several times on my porch. Yeah, so I spoke with him once, and then the guy trying to get in, I didn't know it was him, and I reported him to police because I met him once, and then I talked to him about 2 other times on my porch. He came every time he comes by. He has a bunch of beers, and he says that his girlfriend lives in the metro, yet he's kind of getting into my complex somehow each time, and he has beers. So that's something weird, doesn't it? Like, and I said, why do you always have beers? Like you're always walking around with a 6-pack or whatever. He's probably, I want to go talk to Kevin and make up an excuse, and then he kind of gets in somehow, or maybe even lives, I don't know. But most importantly, his conversations are directly linked with Seymour Amster and some of the police door security officers at Van Nuys Courthouse. So, for example, the last time I spoke with him, as he walks, he pats me on the back or something, calls me buddy, and leaves, and then I go into the Van Nuys Courthouse to the metal detector, and he, like buddy, to the cop, and then he says fair enough, and then like a day after I talked to Seymour Amster, fair enough, even though nothing's directly said, they're direct, cryptic, like we're watching you hints, right, with the judicial system. Yeah. So anyways,
what did you say to him when you talked to him? What did he say to you?
Well, we always have these long conversations about his girlfriend or this or that, but then during that he's hinting about my Twitter jokes or this or that, or trying to dig for information, or maybe flip me out. And one of the I think he really got defensive. He hinted about some of my wowzers jokes about Alexa some more because they started this thing trying to make me look crazy and this and that. And people walk by for 10 years going, wow, over and over, trying to collect things of noises that came off my computer and showing they're violating privacies and things like that. And so, which was Alexa some more going, wow, on video. So I call her wowzers now because they're like, we own you, we control you, we're watching you. People walking by going, wow, 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 trying to guilt me into some kind of confession. And so now I call her wowzers or anything, joking around back.
Right.
So he started making hints about something I posted towards her, one of my jokes or something, trying to guilt me or scare me or something, and I started cracking up like, Alexa some more, blah, 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 even though he never said her name, and his happy, I'm in control smile went to this shutdown of like, oh shit, like, you know, like, I don't know what it, like, I don't have control.
Right.
I lost control. And then he goes from this happy, I'm in control, my girlfriend broke up with me here, or I broke up with my girlfriend because she wants more time with me or something, to this, like, okay, I gotta go now. And as he walked away, he went like this. And
he said,
buddy. I think he might have said buddy, or he might have just went like this, but that's one of the Golden State sports medical tactics with, I think, Pat Vilas and Patty Guggen. And so, all these things are connected in a cryptic way. Does that make sense? And then you go into the courthouse to get the docket information. They do the metal detector and they get mad. You're not allowed to bring the camera in here. Or no, you're not allowed. First it goes, they keep changing because these aren't true things. You're not allowed to take pictures in here because they want a reaction and anger from me. And I go, okay, whatever. And then the guy takes the little strap off and goes, you can't take this in here. I mean, right. And so I go, well, you know, can you put it over there or something? No, you know, you can't come in here with the strap. I mean, right, okay, that doesn't even make sense. And so I go, okay, I'll just leave it outside. Some collector might steal it, but whatever. And so I put it outside and I go back to the metal detector and they get mad. Because they're trying to stop me from going to the courthouse to get the paperwork. And then as I go to the metal detector, he goes like, you know, this.
Really?
With probably some sarcastic joke, and I say something about Starbucks and discriminate, or I say something about, hey, it's just like Starbucks, my kind's not allowed in, something like that, who knows. And then the one police officer at the metal detector, a different guy's like, that's discrimination. And I'm like, wait, can you say that again? I want to hear that again, right? Because exactly, that's discrimination, and that's the point, right? And so, but most importantly, you see the connected communication flow of things that don't normally happen to try to make you paranoid, right? Conversations from your defense attorney who doesn't want to help you. Yeah, okay, yeah, and I thought about that, and I think it might be really long, so we're going to have to dedicate...
That's okay.
We're going to do this first, and then we're going to get to that, because most importantly, you saw Seymour is exerting the same behaviors with every other lawyer worldwide. And you could hear Richard Barnwell on the video how angry. Okay, so we had our alarm horn twice here from the guy. You can see how angry Richard Barnwell is after taking my money, saying I'm going to help you, but I'm not going to help you, right?
He was not.
Would you give that guy your money?
Not if he's treating.
Yeah, and so his story changed, his behavior changed right after getting the cash.
Is that when he started being nice?
No, he went from nice to rude. But they still kind of always had the control. It's like, when I went in the office, they were hinting about my father's office and the things that they did to me that they're trying to turn around that I did to them. Does that make sense? And then he's saying in anger, your plight, like I'm trying to get revenge for Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman and lawyer David Greenstein, my father's friend who goes into companies, restaurants with service animals, and when they go, you can't come in here with that he sues them and things like this, when he doesn't even need the service animal.
Right.
Things like this. Why is my dad friends with this guy? And more importantly, why is Richard Barnwell supporting criminals like David Greenstein and my father when he's a defense attorney? Right? And same with all the other lawyers. So that's the real question you have to ask. It isn't about my plight. It's about their criminal activities and some kind of like lock people away and take all their money and kill them operations or something. But really, that's not what it's about. It's about I'm the target, but right. Okay, so quick recap. Let's see, which we just recap. Lawyers and Richard Barnwell all on my father and David Greenstein's side of hunting me down, killing good people and stealing their money. Why does Richard Barnwell care? Or more importantly, he's a lawyer and he should know all about things like hearsay. And if Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman's calling up Richard Barnwell on the phone going, Kevin's a bad seed and he needs to die. Don't help him.
Right.
First of all, that shows my father's true colors. Why would he help him anyways? For any reason, instead of looking at the facts on paper and video. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hey, you came into Dr. Ronald Barry called me and said these things. That's hearsay. That's the first thing a real, true, honest, educated lawyer would say.
Absolutely.
It's hearsay. If someone doesn't want someone talking, he's going to make up lies. That's why courts are all based on facts and evidence. Because anyone can say anything.
That's where there's right, exactly. I've got to put something under this chair, sorry.
Okay, so we heard Richard insinuating that I'm committing some kind of crime, yet they all say I'm crazy and are imagining it. So I'm crazy. Why is he insinuating that I've committed some kind of crime? My plight. I'm crazy. I'm paranoid. I'm seeing things that aren't there. We're not going to help you because you're crazy. Oh, crazy break. I'm not going to help you because you're. I'm not going to help you because you're plight. Do you understand?
Isn't that why people should? I mean,
remember we had the
No, I do remember. Yeah.
We had the switching between you're a car thief, you're a stalker, you're violating women, you're a pedophile, you're into kiddie porn. Then
it's always everything.
Then you're crazy. Then it's about depression. Then it's about manic depression. Then it's about your paranoid. Then it's your schizo. So wait, is it?
Which is it?
I'm a criminal and you want me dead, or is it because I'm crazy and I'm imagining it? Right? I mean.
Right. It keeps.
But his sentence states, "We want revenge. We don't like you. You're bad."
Is that?
You're a bad person. Remember the conversation. You're a bad person. Well, a lawyer's job isn't to judge.
No, it's
Hi,
to defend there.
It'll be $100,000 to defend you, but I think you're a bad person, so I'm going to lose the case because I think I'm the judge, and I'm going to sentence you.
Right.
Right. That's what's going on. Yeah. Since 5 years old, each person that comes in my life are acting as a judge who sentences. Then
based on hearsay too.
Yeah, based on hearsay, and in reality, I like you or I don't like you.
Right.
I think you're crazy and I'm not going to talk to you. I don't think you're crazy and maybe I'll go on a date with you. I think you're a murderer. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to stay away from you. I think you're a thief. I don't like thieves. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to stay away from you.
Right.
But not the Victoria Walker or Mike Huntley. I think you're the bad seed, so I'm going to befriend you for 15 years, introduce you to strippers, then hunt you down to kill you saying you're a bad person and we're watching you because I don't believe in strippers. And Kevin, you took the cookie of either hanging out or doing a couple bachelor parties in high school as kind of a kiddish bouncer or whatever. And right, you see the difference between I'm going to hunt you down and kill you because I think you're a bad person versus it doesn't matter. I mean, I am a good person, but it doesn't matter in the eyes of some random, even my friends, a random person trying to judge me and then execute me.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's because they're befriended for years.
Yeah, Tom Farley, 25 years or something, working on me the entire time.
I can't even imagine what it was like when you figured it out.
I couldn't believe it. And not just one of them, all of them together conspiring. You're just like, you don't like me and stay the fuck away. Okay, if I'm such a bad person, say, Kevin, you're a fucking horrible monster and get away. And Mike Huntley said that, except it didn't stop with the horrible monster part. It's like, you're a dead man too. Right? And
it's just that's such a betrayal, you know?
Yeah, he had this angry voice. Have a good life now, and you had better live a careful life. We're using the system against you, letting me know that he's working with the police to hunt me. But yet there's no crimes. Hunt me for what? Well, since there's no crimes, we got to try to set you up. Okay, but now we have a whole different issue. If he's trying to set me up, what does that mean? Well, you can't walk. You see that person over there, they're a criminal, so I have to set them up.
Yeah. Trying to.
If you're a criminal, you're a criminal, you don't have to set them up. If you're a violent paranoid schizo, you don't have to make someone look like they're a violent paranoid schizo because they're a violent paranoid schizo. Example.
It's going to do it itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay? So it's not entrapment, it's actually set ups and frame jobs because that's on a previous video of some guy that followed me to El Pollo Loco trying to pose as a gang stalking target.
Really?
Yeah, I sent you the link. I don't know if you watched it.
I haven't watched it yet.
The point is, you see that guy, he's a violent paranoid schizo that walks up and bashes people's heads in with a crowbar or baseball bat or fist or whatever. But yet we can't catch him doing it, so we're going to have people follow him around honking their horns twice or groups of clothing colors to piss him off to bash someone's skull in. Well, if you have to follow the guy around then provoking him, then it's in self-defense, then it's not true.
No, it's like, why would they want to do that in the first place?
Hate, rape.
But why? That's the big question.
Well, now, I can't tell you exactly how it started, but I can tell you after 29, I know too much. They don't want the truth coming out. They don't want my website existing. They don't want me talking about the ongoing or previous horrific, unspeakable, all day and night, 24/7 things, and starting at an early age, and you telling teachers to tell me to punch students, and all endless thousands and thousands and thousands of things like this growing up. They don't want me talking for what I know. Hence, we got to kill you or rid you of the world. And then the website goes up when I'm about 38 or 39. Then they really get angry, and the attacks turn physical against me. And how does it start? Well, that really comes down to psychology and paranoid people, paranoid psychotic behaviors with people with psychology degrees and things like that. And it's the same type of people that sit around. Let me give you an example. Let's say you have a girl and her father beat her. So she goes out on a date with a guy, and the guy's as nice as can be, but she's paranoid. So she goes, this guy's like my father, and he did these things, so I'm going to rid him of the world. Now, the guy didn't do anything, but she's going to...
It's her own.
This is a theoretical. She hunts him down, saying, I'm going to kill this guy because we don't want another rapist on the street. Yet you didn't do anything but be as nice as possible, but she's on edge from her childhood. Well, this is my family, right? My my mother with her psychology degree, mad. And every time I joke around or have a prank, if I make a harmless joke to a girl or something like this, it's I ruined her life and I tried to put her in a mental institution. I tried to get rid of her, blah, blah, blah. Well, none of this exists except for in their minds.
Right.
Like Carissa Brands. There's this thing with Carissa Brands where the girl Paul Humphrey was dating, and later on they tried to do the scam where I supposedly forced her into a mental institution. Okay, now I didn't have much contact with Carissa Brands because she was dating Paul, and if there was like a number that she was around me and Paul, maybe let's say 10 times. Okay, coming over for a movie or something like that.
But it doesn't even make sense because how would you force her into it?
Well, I think their argument is I somehow gang stalked her with 100 billion people, making her mentally ill. But the point is, it just doesn't make any sense unless I'm working for FBI or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense. I'm a 16-year-old kid trying to...
met her 10 times maybe.
Yeah. And she's dating Paul, and Paul's sometimes around, and he's mostly off with her. Just like my brother's arguments with Jen Yang. I'm not in their life. Okay? So if I'm not in their lives, I'm not friends with her friends. She's in a younger age. She's in a different grade. Same with Paul Humphrey. They're both in a grade younger. Okay. They're not even in my grade, so their friends aren't my friends.
Right.
There's nothing that can be connected unless I have insane amounts of money like they're doing to me. But the things being done to me are like NSA and government officials. Okay, these are people with unlimited resources.
Right.
Okay, so the context is different.
Well, yeah, and you were 16.
Yeah, so you're right. How could I
You were a kid.
So my mother's argument, even though it's non-direct, is that, and just she's in all black and she parked backwards here, just notice behind you. The point is that even if I said you're an ugly piece of shit, bitch, and don't talk to me, which I didn't,
never do.
that wouldn't make her check into a mental institution, and it wouldn't be my fault. Now here's the argument. This is what my mom was mad about. This is why my mom says that I hate women. Paul, she's in my car. No, she's in her car. Paul's in my car. We're 16. I'm building cars, so I like to fuck around and sort of race around a little in cars. Not Dincy Kevin's plowing through houses like the movie Fast and Furious, but I'm racing around kind of a little.
Yeah.
And because I'm building engines, and we get in the Hidden Hills gate. I go, let her in. She knows her way to my house.
Yeah.
A couple miles. We're already in the local area gate to Hidden Hills, and I zip off like I zip off like in the movie The Wraith, except the hidden messages directed at me from the movie Wraith. I figured out a couple years ago. It's called The Wraith. It was like an 80s movie.
R-A-T-H?
I think Wraith like ghost.
I've never heard that word before.
R-A-I-T-H.
Okay. Thank you.
80s movie. And there's a whole thing where my brother and my dad went for my brother to look at a Mitsubishi Starion, hinting about the movie The Wraith and things like that, thinking that I'm a schizo reenacting movie scenes. Well, I made this connection a couple of years ago at 4 and 5 or something. Okay, so we get in the gate, I zip off, and I go in my Trans Am that I souped up my engine to my mother's house in Hidden Hills, and I kind of ditch her. But I'm not like ditching her.
No, you're driving.
I'm ditching her for a few minutes.
Yeah, she knew how to
And then we get there, and my mother gives me the speech like, you shouldn't treat women this way, and blah, 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 as if it's the end of the world.
You were being a kid.
Correct. Kids just joking around with each other, right? The other thing my mother is still holding on to for 47 years is, at 14, I said, fuck you to her, the one and only argument ever. You understand the hypersensitivity of something bad happened to my mother, and she's taking it out on me. You understand? Okay, with these paranoid, psychotic behaviors, and she has a psychology degree.
Have you talked to her lately?
Some texts, I think. Okay, so where am I? I'm at the top. So if we're talking about Richard Barnwell insinuating that I'm committing a crime. I've committed some kind of crime. Mentally bludgeoned me to death because my mother is telling the world I hit Josh Burnham in the head with a golf club at around somewhere between 14 and 16.
Which never happened.
Correct. So I think my key word here was mentally bludgeon me to death. And this is a recap of last week's conversation. But the point is about hurting people.
Right.
If someone is saying that I hit Josh Burnham in the head, causing brain trauma, and he can never live his life again, don't you see the revenge? Kevin got away with a crime, so we're going to commit the same crime back to him, but we can't actually physically touch him or they'll arrest us. So we're going to cause Kevin mental trauma by mentally bludgeoning him to death with psychological warfare, gang stalking, to collapse his brain like 100,000 nervous breakdowns, or his brain never functions normally, he can't go out, get jobs. So you mentioned the word hurt. Yeah, kill, hurt, torture, kill, hurt. Inflict horrific, unspeakable pain until you die or something bad happens. It doesn't matter if someone physically touches you. Is irrelevant with the crime of causing damages.
Absolutely.
And so I just wanted to sort of put the weight on the relevance between people telling me I supposedly hit Josh Burnham in the head with a golf club and people trying to inflict the same damages mentally worldwide all day, night, 24/7. Since a young age, you see the relevance?
Like trying to get back at you for something you never even did.
Correct.
And have you feel the same pain and like whatever that he did.
Correct. Example.
Or whatever.
First of all, I don't think Josh Byrne was ever hit by anything.
I was just going to ask you if there's, and they were saying they can't physically touch you because then they go to jail, but like, if you supposedly did this, which you didn't ever hit him with a golf club, like, they would need that physical evidence too, right?
Correct. So the point is you can't just start accusing people of things.
Right.
Without being held accountable.
Yeah.
And that's the problem where remember my father's words. If someone thinks you did something, they're not going to tell you lying because he doesn't want accountability on my side, right? Okay, example, Brittany's, you hate this one, I know.
What?
Okay, so Brittany's a dick biter, and Brittany bit some guy's dick off, and the guy's running around, everyone killed Brittany because she got away with a crime.
Right.
But nobody tell Brittany why she's being hunted.
Right.
Because if Brittany says, I didn't do a fucking thing to this guy, I don't even know who the fuck he is, then he destroyed your life with damages called defamation, slander, libel, and is suable in a civil court unless there's criminal intent behind it to have you killed, then it's a criminal crime with premeditation. It's actually both. It's civil and criminal. But the point is, that's what's being done to me. Well, Kevin hit Josh Byrne in the head with a golf club, but don't tell him what he did.
Right, because he didn't.
And I keep walking around. Every person I'm in contact with is trying to make me mentally ill, kill me, and do these horrible things until I get weaker and weaker and weaker, and these horrible things happen to me. I can't work with people. I can't get jobs. I can't do this. Severe damages, over 100,000 to 1 million worldwide attacks per day. 4 billion people trying to put me in the ground. Those are the highest level civil and criminal crimes known to man. And the reason my father lies and says, Kevin, you think differently and than everyone else, and that when people aren't told what they did, it's because he doesn't want accountability on the criminal liar side. Saying, you're liars and you're hunting this guy down, saying whatever you want to say. Right? Okay, so we have a second all black that just walked by you, and it might be something, might not. If we see 10 more blacks, Okay.
Can I ask you? I don't know if you want me to ask you on camera or not. So, do you care if you edit it? If you want to?
Sure, just say whatever.
So, your parents, since like you literally cannot work because of everything that's happened to you, do they like help financially, or how does that?
They do, and it seems really nice on the surface.
That's what I was asking you about. Like, how do you feel about that then?
It's like hobbling, okay? Like if you've seen the movie, what's that movie called with Stephen King with the writer, with Misery. Writer has a car accident in the snow. Lady saves his life. She's like an ex-nurse, but she's a crazy person. And she saves his life, and she's like his number one fan. Oh, I'm your number one fan. And then we can't call anyone because you're stuck in the snow lying to him. And he's there for like an entire winter. And his legs start to heal. And what am I going to do on my spare time? All right. And then she starts to read it. Oh, can I read it? Can I read it? And she reads it, and then she just flips out. She's like, you can't do this, blah, blah.
Did she break his legs or something?
Yeah, so what she does is she re-breaks his leg, and she says, this is hobbling. And she talks about birds and how the mother breaks the leg so the bird can't leave the nest. All because she doesn't like the ending to the book, really because she's crazy, but and so it's a great movie, by the way, and she's like, don't say that, you dirty birdie, and this and that, and you're like, the way they do it is like, she's just crazy, right? And so like, so the point is that it's kind of like that. It's, I stopped you from making money, but I'll support you, and then it's control, but then it's this emotion of, we're giving you money, do you want more or something? And you're a freeloader, and this, like that type of feeling. And then people will come around, ask you how you make your money, and if you say something about that, they'll be like, oh, you're stealing your parents' money, things like this, right? And you have your sister-in-law asking you weird questions before I found out what's going on. I have my own company about me stealing Arnold's money or something weird on that level. Yeah, like Arnold thinks, I don't remember the conversation, but they were alluding or hinting that I don't like Arnold and I want his money and weird shit like that, right? And then you have all the things with Arnold doing to me before I even know what's going on, right? Not asking for money, working.
Absolutely.
Right? And then I'm trying to get away from my father and his company by hiring thousands of programmers all around the planet, literally. I hired about 600. I interviewed maybe 1,500. I couldn't work with them for long because they're all taking part in mental illness tactics. And so if you're hiring employees that are trying to make you mentally ill and sabotaging the code, you got to hire the next one, right? The next one, the next one. And all these information was linking back to my father's office and his employees like Elsie Sandoval. So I'm trying to get away from you and make some money, but you're going out contacting everyone and stopping me from making money. But you have a trust fund that funnels me enough to eat each month, and that's pretty much about it, and pay a few bills. But I want to make some money so I can live good.
Absolutely.
But I'm going to hobble you. So I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to give you the money. All right, great family. But you can't go out. You can't have relationships. You can't have friends. You can't make your own money. You date who we tell you, Adriana Oliveras, or we kill you.
Right.
Right?
It's like they're trying to pay you. I don't want to say pay you off, but like, what is it called?
Well, it's very socialistic.
I'm bad with terms. What is
You don't know socialism?
Like controls everything, you mean?
Correct. Socialism is a form of government that they control every aspect of your life, but they give you money to live. So here's a house, here's a job. You're giving back to society by doing this job, and you don't really need to be paid because we're giving you everything you need.
So you can't have any choices.
But at the same time, there's a flip. It sounds great on the surface. That was, by the way, I mean, Obama. He's very socialistic, and 70% of his ideals are socialism. The stimulus package, that's all socialism. Okay. But what's the price for being given everything?
You don't get to do anything yourself.
You're not allowed to put salt on your food because salt is unhealthy, and if it's unhealthy, it cranks up medical bills, and the government has to pay the medical bills.
Right.
Therefore, you can't put salt on your food.
Right.
Okay? So the flip side of socialism is you're not free.
Right. You're not free to live with it.
Yeah. So on the surface, it's a great package with a little bow and looks pretty.
Yeah.
But what is it really? It's control.
Right. Taking away your choices.
Yeah. Takes away your choices. Takes away your freedoms. Okay. Same thing. Here's some money. But you're not allowed to build adult websites or get into studio photography with good-looking women or play pool because pool is shady, whatever.
So you can't live your life.
Or go to coffee shops, so you can't live your life, but here's some money to eat. So now you're in a cage, and you can afford food for your cage.
But then you can't.
Okay, so now look behind you. Look how he's parking.
That's the second one at that
right?
spot.
Black car. Now let's see if he's wearing all black. Okay, so that's a quick or long answer. Okay. Sent people pretending to be crazy after me to make it look like I'm doing things to crazy people.
Yeah, what is that?
After they didn't get what they wanted, like Jen Hess, Julia Sophia, and many others. Example. Kevin, I want you to meet me at the Rainbow. This was just Julia Sophia, who I met on internet-related chat, IRC.
I have to write
Kevin, I don't want to talk to you on the phone. I don't want you to know my voice.
Okay.
Kevin, I'm not going to send you a picture. Kevin, and then we talk for who knows how long. And then it's, well, maybe I'll meet you down at the Rainbow on Sunset. But then she plays this game like, she never tells me that she wants to meet me in this, and like 30 minutes, who knows, like 8, I'm just guessing at time. Something like 8 p.m. I get a text.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin, I'm at the Rainbow, blah, meet me here, but I'm out doing some other thing, because she never told me.
She never gave you the information you needed.
Correct, beforehand, to prepare.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so then it's you ruined my life, you're playing mind games with me, You're a troll. Yeah, oh yeah. And then her personality switches from I'm this Hollywood party girl to my father beat me, and my father's shocking me, and my father's this, and my father's that, after she didn't get her way, and then it's Kevin's exerting aggressive, abusive behaviors because he can't realize my life, and he's abusive because he just wants everything for himself, and he doesn't care that I'm depressed or this or that.
You were trying to help
with
her?
the psychology here. Well, I mean, I'll admit, at one point I was kind of like, look, I don't have time for this, and blah, 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 and this and that, and she's like playing the mental illness card and this and that, and her personality totally changes from one person to the next, strategically, and then there's an entire planet after this. Kevin's abusive towards women, and look what he did. Okay, now you have to break this down. First of all, this is a private situation between two people that just didn't work out.
Right.
Nothing happened. I didn't go up and bash her skull in with crowbars. I didn't force her into mental institutions with NSA level resources, right? She just didn't get her way.
Yeah.
And then comes Kevin has to be hunted and killed with worldwide support because Kevin's an abusive, woman-beating, woman-hater, and blah, blah, blah.
Even though you never met her in person, right?
Correct. Never met her, never talked to her, never spoke to her on the phone, and part of me is, 90% of me is like, I don't even know who the fuck this person is.
You didn't touch her even on the phone?
No, she wouldn't let me hear her voice.
So it was all over.
She could have been
online.
She could have been a guy, and she actually was a guy, and her name was Rhodey Morales, working with the LAPD, who said, Kevin, let's go to strip clubs and this and that.
When did you figure that out? What was her name?
She called herself Julia, like Juliana Street I live on, Sophia Reynoso, which links back to a slew of Julias sent after me, even when in the University of Colorado. And it starts...
What's her last name? I'm sorry.
Julia Sophia Reynoso is the IRC given name. A piece of text.
Right.
Okay, you don't know who this text is.
No clue. Okay.
Now, by the way, on that note, we got strippers, porn stars worldwide mad at me for treating Julia Sophia Reynoso like shit. Do you see a problem with this?
Yeah. They would.
If it was the other way around, would she talk to me? No, I don't know who the fuck you are.
Right.
Right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so if I'm sitting there, some random piece of text is talking to me and then says, meet me here, but you're not allowed to know who I am.
How are you going to know who she is?
But more than that, it could be anything. It could be some person who wants to beat you up. It could be...
They don't know that.
Yeah. Now, the sign of talking to someone and they're being anonymous is a sign that they're probably a predator. Does that make sense?
Like, so they're not exposed at all?
You're not allowed to know who I am. You're not allowed to know what I look like, my voice, anything. Meet me here. Okay, I meet you here, and 10 guys come with clubs and beat the shit out of you and take your wallet. Right. You don't know who the fuck.
You have no idea.
Okay?
Yeah.
So they're mad at me for saying I'm a woman beater and abuser and playing mind games with her. The same type of gen has shit. And this applies to every woman worldwide. And it even applies to Skylar, Stephanie in 97 on IRC, who I met in Florida, the redhead working with the police, with the threats from the police. They're going to skull fuck me to death, pretending Skylar, Stephanie, was sending me pictures of a playmate and porn star named Julia Hayes, a redhead playmate.
Okay.
Do you see a connection here?
Right.
And I don't want to get too deep, but after Rhodey started taking me to strip clubs, Rhodey, who was Julia Sophia Reynoso, they had a stripper working with Victoria Walker, who called herself a Latin girl, who called herself Stefania. Mm-hmm. Stefania.
Right.
And she showed up with angel wings and this and that, and then they worked at Kevin's crazy and he's into these religious Illuminati things.
Oh my goodness.
All working with Victoria Walker, trying to get me on her website, Party Pop, calling me on the phone. Can you fix this? So look at this on Party Pop for me, where she had escort listings.
Really?
While her and the police and NSA are tracking. Oh, look, Kevin's. Do you see the connection?
Yeah.
Okay. She calls on the phone. Kevin, go to this webpage. I go to this webpage. My computer's being tracked. Still is since '94. We're collecting anything using as Kevin. A webpage pulls up. There's Stefania. Hey, I'm whatever, $100 an hour. Okay? Now we have Rhodey. Kevin, let's go to Foreplay.
What is that?
A strip club down in Santa Monica. Now Stefania comes in and she hangs out with me and wants to be my friend and this and that.
To the club?
To the club.
Okay.
Like I want to be your strip club friend, not friend. I want to hang out, get a few dances, and talk for hours.
Yeah.
But you're not putting the pieces together because why would you?
Right.
The government and police are leaving the fact out that Victoria Walker is told to call me on the phone and say check Party Pop and see the ad.
And she was on there.
And she's on there. Then she follows you.
Right.
Kevin's stalking Stephania.
Oh my god.
Right?
Right.
This isn't a one-time thing. There's thousands of situations like this. Thousands, literally.
You were told to do something like
Thing
innocent,
after
like,
thing
yeah.
after thing. And they leave out the entire story. And they
Right.
package it and give it out to the world. Kevin's stalking strippers.
Which is,
These tactics went on since Southern Oregon State College with Eric Christensen at 21 told to take me to strip clubs. 4 people told to take me to strip clubs. That's a
That's a
taste.
lot.
That's an example of these daily operations like that. Okay, so pretending to be crazy. Looks like I'm doing things.
When would be a good time for me to use an extra?
Can you hold it together for a little while? Because we haven't.
It's
how about
right
we
in there. I'll go.
get to here. We're
Okay.
here.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. Let's see.
Can you hold this together,
Just because
please, Brittany?
just because
No,
I'm
I
not
understand.
trying to be the P Nazi here.
No. It's totally fine. No, it's just funny how you said it.
Because there's so much information.
I know,
haven't
there's
even
a
I can't
ton.
get through all this. There's so much. Okay, people sent pretending to be, and if you start shaking, then okay.
I can wait until we
okay.
get to there. I think.
Sent people pretending to look like I'm doing things.
Oh.
Some people pretending. Oh, I did
We
that.
just
That
talked
was a
about
Jen
that.
Hess and Julia Sophia Reynoso's, Carissa Brands, whatever. I didn't get my way. Look what he did to me, and he's trying to make me mentally ill and put me in the mental institution. Okay. Tom Farley, after moves in my house around 32, makes a statement. This is very important. I forgot all about this. Kevin, you can't control people. Showing his motive to have me killed since Christy Reynolds in 8th grade.
What is?
Okay,
Christy
remember
Reynolds?
Christy Reynolds is the girl that was in Miss Vaughn's English class, which I thought was cute and couldn't take my eyes off her, and I was shy. And she says, Kevin, why do you keep looking at me? And then Tom Farley, Paul Humphrey is sent into my life with Mike Huntley, and Tom Farley pairs up with Tracy Pecos to send me a hidden message about peeking, and peeping Tom Farley, which is what I call him now.
Is she the same girl that you gave her at home or no?
No, that was Corey Bixby
Okay.
at 10th grade or 9th grade.
Okay.
Working on me. And because, remember, the link is my mother calls it a death stare.
I know,
What is that,
you're
a death
just
stare?
looking at her.
Not being able to comprehend physical attraction other than...
You were just looking at her, you thought she was pretty or whatever, right?
Correct, but you have to understand that my mother or family can't take themselves out of their own shoes
Right.
and understand that people are different.
Right, exactly.
Okay? That's what they can't understand.
It was innocent, you were
So
shy.
people. Okay, let me give you an example. Kevin, you're backwards because you don't aggressively rock up to women like Rico Suave and say all the right things and sleep with women every night. So therefore, you're backwards and there's crazy and blah blah blah.
Even though, like, you can't go to strip clubs, so it's fine.
Well,
Like, what
they
they
might
say
say, well,
contradicts
Kevin, you're
themselves.
different because women come up to you, so you're backwards and create this and that.
Because you should go up to
Okay,
them.
but now let's talk about reality.
Right.
There's no cardinal rule that says if you like a woman, the guy has to go up to the girl and he has to say all the right things. There's 100 billion different circumstances, and there's no piece of literature that says this is how you pick up women. Each situation is different. Some people are in classes and they don't intend to meet the girl, but they just happen to,
Or at work
we're
or
in study
whatever.
groups and we get to know each other, and sometimes the girl makes the first move.
Mhm.
And usually what happens is both people kind of nudge back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay? The guy or the girl does something to show I like you, and the other person does it back, reciprocates, and it goes back and forth until it works out and it gets better and better.
Right.
But in my life, that's not... I'm demanded that I have to be like Rico Suave and walk into a bar and within 10 seconds walk up to the prettiest girl and say all the right things, or I'm a horrible monster, I need to die. And like everything else, you're either good or you're bad, or you're either... there's no middle ground. Everything is this way or that way.
And it doesn't make sense because what they say contradicts itself.
Correct. And then they go out there, the hypocrites that...
Right. It's like, yeah. Okay. That's
Okay, so that was a little different honking pattern.
what was that?
4. Okay, so
Okay.
so Tom Farley comes in. Now remember, Tom Farley, the example of Tom Farley I've given you went on for 25, 30 years. I'm a bad guy, but I've bent over backwards every way, shape, and form for Tom Farley, showing that I'm the opposite of controlling.
Right.
Yeah. Let me put it another way. What's controlling? You keep looking at a girl, she's cute, and I'm too shy to say anything? Or befriending a girl named Tracy Picos and following you, befriending you for 25 years, saying, do this or I'll kill you, do that or I'll kill you, do this or I'll kill you. Come 32, we spoke about this last time, after Mike Huntley tells me I'm a dead man and they're using the system against me, obviously working with Tom Farley moves into my house. They staged the whole thing how Tom Farley supposedly was arrested for 2 hit and runs and is a speed addict and an alcoholic. He gets out on the probation of you have to go to a halfway house and be a good person for this amount of time and clean yourself up. And Kevin, can I live at your house for a while because my father won't kick me out, won't give me any money? Sure, Tom. I've known you my whole life and you can live here. And at that point, my father's giving him the vertigo, fake vertigo medication, a hint that I'm trying to make people mentally ill and things like that, where he magically develops a one-day mental illness. And his other lies are he's supposedly deaf in one ear, I think. And I think he's hinting about my brother always flicking me in the back of the ear from behind trying to trigger me to get me to go after him when I was a young kid. And so the point I'm making is that the guy that's saying this is everyone in my life. The guy that's saying I'm controlling is moving in my house with ulterior motives. Right. That is the end all be all of control. I mean,
absolutely. And making you feel bad.
Yeah. So there are controlling people, and not all of them are abusive or criminals. But when you're talking about control, actually deviating from your entire life to move in with someone to destroy them is the ultimate level of control. And then this guy says, "Kevin, you're controlling." No. You see a problem with this?
Yes, it's exactly the opposite.
Correct. So in each situation, these psychotic murderers are projecting themselves on me. Right? Yeah. And then they're hunting me down to kill me. It's like the first example. I don't even know who it is, and it's probably no one. Okay, so the first example was I was talking about the abused girl. Projecting on the guy and then hunting him down trying to kill him. Same thing. Okay, so what do you think this is about after everything you've witnessed?
Can I run real quick?
Okay, think about that while you're in the can.
Sorry.
We're going to pause this. Brittany's going to go tinkle. And
I promise I'll hurry.
Okay.
In the can.
Okay, look at the truck. The guy just got his truck, black truck backwards. Yeah. Now look behind the white truck. See the white truck over there? Yeah. It's backwards. See something? No. Patterns of twos?
Yeah. I thought you were like something.
As we were talking, the black guy pulls up backwards, and the white guy pulls up backwards. We do that a lot. Yeah. 2 pickups backwards, together. I mean, they do it on a daily basis, but my point is, every city I'm at, but the point is, we're in Camarillo, but more important, you're witnessing what I'm told I'm imagining. Right. That's what's really important. We're in Camarillo, there's 2 trucks, here's the second green shirt that showed up, the 2 women in greens. Okay, we're in Camarillo, and while this is happening all around the entire parking lot here, and every other parking lot in the U.S., more importantly, it's directed at me, and there's the one, if you look that way, to the pickup over there backwards. Yeah. Because there's 3 pickups backwards in my vicinity. Well, what inhuman behavior is making people with pickups in this local area are backwards, flocking together like bored or whatever, right? Who's sending them little hidden messages to make them do these same exact behaviors around Kevin Perlman, right? Okay,
That's,
so.
yeah.
So I remember
just
before
thinking
the
that
truck,
loud.
a black car parked backwards right in the same
They
spot
did.
before the truck, right? Okay, so anyways,
Are we recording?
yeah, because I turned on the camera when I
Oh,
saw the guy get in
well,
the
you
car.
have to edit a little. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay, the other thing, a little humor. The other thing is, I forgot to mention when we started, I'm wearing my other Toxic Waste Real Genius Val Kilmer shirt. I doubt Brittany's seen that movie, but Real Genius was in the 80s.
Really?
He's like a young kid. But, great movie. But so anyways, that's the joking part of my Unabomber personality. Okay, so, I love this shirt. I'm
That's
fine.
awesome.
Somewhere when you went to go take a tinkle, you sparked a thought in my brain about therapist Susan Donner saying the angels in the details.
Right.
Well, what did we just talk about? Stephania with the angel wings,
Oh, yeah.
who they were framing me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just now. What? I don't know. What do you want?
I'm just making the connections
Oh,
between
'Cause you
Victoria
thought that
Walker
was
sent
weird.
after me by the government,
Mhm.
Stephanie in Colorado, wanted me to meet her when I went to go visit my brother in Florida. She just happened to be by my brother in Florida.
Right.
Giving me a blowjob and getting pulled over. Then her playing a game like I'm trying to get rid of her when she's trying to get rid of me. And instantly being pulled over by the police for no reason while she's driving me, who's supposedly going to the airport. She claims she was going to the airport and had to leave on trying to scare me into false confessions and things like that. Cop pulling over, trying to scare me into put me out, to get confessions about things. And then the Stephania, the Latin stripper escort things on the partypop.com with Victoria Walker,
Right.
working with the police and feds to try to set me up and frame me. Because I never committed any crimes, but trying to make it look like I was stalking Stephania. Then you're talking to my family, the first psychiatrist on my family's list, Susan Donner, who claims at 29 finding out these things but not really being able to pinpoint what's going on.
Right.
That supposedly a virus crawled in my head like venom, and I developed paranoid schizophrenia. When I tell her I'm trying to explain and the devil's in the details, she says that's not how the phrase goes. It's the angels in the details.
I've never heard that.
Correct, because the phrase is the devil's in the details.
And,
Then probably trying to turn it into a literal that I think I'm the devil or something. But anyways,
and that's not how schizophrenia happens anyway.
correct. Then
So
you
that's
have women that all want to do angel.
What?
When I'm doing the studio photography, they all want to do angel wings.
Yeah, a lot of people, yeah.
I mean, a lot of people do, but do you see the connections?
Right. So, yeah.
Because all these people were mad at me.
Okay.
Okay, so anyways, I think my question was, what do you think this is about after everything you've witnessed? I don't even know if that's a good question.
I wish I had an answer because I don't. That's my biggest question is like why? Like what prompted all of that?
Okay, do you think it's positive or negative?
Negative?
Okay, good.
Like absolutely.
To hurt me, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I would just be like, I don't even know how to feel like. That's why I always ask you like, how on earth did you cope with that, or with your family and friends? And
Okay, I think we have
how?
another green and black.
Yeah.
I'm still coping with it every
But how?
minute of my life because you're in isolation,
Yeah.
watching this worldwide thing while each person lashes out in anger and rage, and then you have people like your lawyer, Seymour Amps, who say, Kevin, don't lash out at people. And like he's projecting on me. Like you, just like Richard Barnes.
How was is that the first lawyer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's yelling at me pretty much for everything I ask him, and you've seen with Seymour,
So rude.
he's yelling at me, and then it's Kevin, don't lash out
Right.
at people. It's like, you're projecting on me.
He was
Right?
so, I've never heard somebody be that rude.
And then it just goes from person to person how I'm making them do these things,
Right.
and you're just like, am I in a Twilight Zone? And it just goes from 5 years old to 47 now, almost every person in your life, where I'm the nicest person, and they're trying to make me think I'm a schizo and crazy, aka gang stalking, and you're just like, I'm in a Twilight Zone, right? It's just, it doesn't make any sense.
No,
Okay, so,
not at all.
Okay, so
And the people who love you most in the world are supposed to protect you or whatever.
and they just keep lying to you and giving you disinformation and telling you, my father, you think differently, you know. Okay, so we have the girl that pulled up in the white Explorer here, honking the alarm horn twice. Third time, right?
Yeah.
Do you not see a pattern of, Brittany, from your clinical psychological degree evaluation here, what have you seen in the last hour of cars parking and...
It has nothing to do with my psychological degree.
Well,
you know
let's
what
just,
I mean?
yeah,
Because I've seen it all.
I'm playing the cops game here.
Okay.
From your psychological evaluation of my surroundings, what are you seeing? You don't see that as a repetitive, passive-aggressive type of provoking?
Well, okay, I'm just gonna, what, I'll laugh?
No, the alarm horn over there earlier, there's about
there's
2 or 3
definitely-
alarm horn choices.
Right.
The 2 pickups backwards, before the 2 pickup backwards, the black car backwards.
Right, and
Some of the more subtle things which you probably didn't see, the 2 girls coming with green shirts at the same time.
but either way, like, this happens constantly to you. This isn't a one-time
Every
event,
couple of minutes,
you know?
worldwide. On the
So-
internet, off the internet, every verbal interaction, every...
everywhere.
if you remember, okay, I don't know if you looked, when you drove in here, did you do a count on the amount of cars backwards or how many are backwards and 2s and 3s?
I see hardly any.
Right here, I don't
There's
see any.
one.
As I came in earlier this morning, there were.
Really?
And there were reds, like over there were 2 reds backwards.
Right.
So, I mean, think about that. These things are all directed at me. So I have to walk around the planet.
You're always so aware of all these things. Like,
Correct.
Yeah.
And when you're normally thinking, you're not thinking about these things
No.
because,
Why would you?
yeah, because you wouldn't have a reason to, and they're unheard of situations.
Right.
So what's the motive?
See?
Every place,
I don't know what's-
every place we've been, you've witnessed it.
Yeah.
Correct.
I see exactly what
And
you're
you
saying.
you would agree that it's directed at me, correct?
I want to say this so they can understand this. So if it was just one single dollar occurrence, then they'd be like, okay, well, yeah, sure, that happens. But it's every single, every time.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. When you go out on your
cities,
own to coffee shops or you're getting out of your
Yeah.
car to go into stores, are people honking their horns twice, 2 or 3 times?
They do, I don't notice. So I doubt it. I don't think so. I mean, maybe one here or
But
there.
when you're with me, it's like constant,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because I know, yeah, absolutely. I've seen
Okay.
a lot more because, and now
So
I'm
here's the
aware
thing.
too. So
Now that
yeah,
you're
once I'm
hypersensitive
aware-
about it, when you were out on your own, you would pick up on it, correct?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so when you're out on your own, you don't hear the honkings and 2s. I mean, you're not 100% sure, but come on, let's be
No,
realistic
I
here.
have heard honks.
I'm not
Horns
talking.
honking and
I'm
stuff
not
like
talking
that.
once in a while.
What I notice the most is the backwards parking. So,
Yeah, and that all changed after 2011, and I have video of parking lots before 2011, and it moves forward.
Really?
Yeah. How do you explain that?
I had
And it starts after I park backwards. And see those Starbucks.
I notice that a lot now.
Yeah. So,
But no, you're right. Everything you're saying, I see too. Like, you can't deny that,
yeah.
you know?
You saw the 2 pickups. We've had about 3 or 4 people honk their horns twice.
Yeah.
Okay? That all started, the horn honking 2 or 3 times, started when I was getting out of my car about a year ago, a little longer, out of my house, and going into my house, and I accidentally pushed the alarm horn button twice, and the next day, worldwide, that's when it started. Just like the car backwards.
So it's okay, it's always after you've done it.
Aubrey Fisher, I tap my foot around her, she gets mad. For 6 years worldwide, people see me tapping either drinks, sitting by me at coffee shops going like this, or tapping their foot by me, or when they stand by me, they tap on something. 6 years, every place in the world. Washington, D.C., Florida, Nebraska, Las Vegas.
And no one's ever acknowledged that, yes, I see these things too.
Well, you can't ask them because they're angry at you.
But the people that you have told, or that have seen your website and stuff?
Well, they play the game. Okay, example, I walk into the gas station here, I buy something, I hand the guy cards. Or I don't even hand him, I put a stack in front of him, like, here's
Yeah.
some cards. What's this? He lies. I don't know you, what's this? It's the truth. You know, check it out. Then he gets mad. Then his demeanor or behavior or tone switches, Oh, and then he tries to play this game like, she's a woman and so she's this, and I joke around with him, yeah, women are evil, or something like that. Trying to sort of play this word game by taking, what they do is they try to get me to make a statement like women are all evil or something like that, and take the context of the joke and put it like a flat piece of text. Look, Kevin hates women.
Right.
Okay.
Except they didn't have the context of him saying a comment and then you talking back.
Like, I didn't, with an angry voice, say all women need to die and pull out a machete or anything.
Never.
Right?
No,
okay.
Because it was in the context of him.
Yeah, he's asking to get an answer that he's going to make turn.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to turn into a one-sided, or an out-of-context one-sided argument,
Right.
like they always do.
Exactly.
Okay, so then he takes the card with the I don't know you tactic, what's this, I go, it's the truth, then he gets mad, and then he starts calling me boss, which is done to me over and over, showing he's mad about a guy simply handing him a harmless card that says, you've been lied to.
Right.
Well, there's your reaction. You don't talk. Or we start thugging and trying to beat the shit out of you. Okay? And this is strange, we're in Camarillo, I don't know these people.
Right.
I didn't steal the guy's girlfriend or anything, right?
No, you made a harmless
So,
comment.
and that's what this huge set of notes is going to go into the boss, Golden State Sports medical tactics of my father telling Lorena Escobar to hire me, and then them running around telling a planet full of people that I'm trying to take over the company. I think I'm the boss. I'm the doctor's son. I'm the boss. Trying to make me look like a violent, paranoid schizo who thinks he's a mobster. And these things that don't make sense. Well, they came to me. Like everything else, they came to me.
Right.
I didn't come to them. I didn't break into the door. They barged in the door saying, you're going to hire me or I'll kill you. Mm-hmm. They came to me, which Lorena denied right in front of me that she ever came to me to hire me.
And then then they take the context out of it.
Then they go around saying Kevin's crazy. He tried to take over the company when I went out of my way above and beyond and did things. But then what I didn't have to was way the hell out of the scope.
You always do that. You want to.
Well, I did it because it was my father and I wanted to give back to...
it wasn't for any reason. It wasn't like you just.
Well, there was a reason. Hold on.
Yeah.
Try to see if it's still.
Is it still working?
I think it is, but this thing disconnected from the camera. Oh, I see what happened. Let's see. Before, something's wrong with the camera, but I'm going to finish that statement. There was a reason, and the reason is, it's my father,
Right.
and he supported me my entire life, and gave me all these things, even though I didn't really understand who he was. And so when someone does that for you and says, you want to work in my office, you go out of your way to make sure he has the best service or whatever, to give back to the person that put food on your table.
Because your dad, yeah.
Because he's my father. Now, I didn't really understand what the hell was going on at that point.
Right.
Okay, so.
What happened to the camera?
What?
What happened?
Hold on. Oh, the camera? I don't know. The screen is black.
It's tropical, yeah, it's tropical.
Can't tell if the battery died or... This happened another time and it actually...
Those little nails, Puppy Ruby. So short, so short. It feels good. It doesn't scratch my legs. Were you guys brave? I don't think Trixie was. Trixie got a muzzle. Puppy.
Ooh.
It just like shut
Oh,
down?
here we go. I think it was still something screwed up with the Wi-Fi connection, but I don't think
Are you connected now?
I'm restarting the camera.
Oh,
Ooh, I hate when it does that.
I was like, oh no, they didn't really.
Okay.
How long did you meet with Susan Dahmer?
Maybe 3 months or so.
Okay. Did you just stop to tell her like I'm not coming back, or did you?
Actually, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, your question was?
How long you met with Susan Bonner?
I met with her for, I guess, about 3 months, I think.
And then, did you decide to stop going or what?
Well, she got really abusive.
Right.
She was trying to sort of trick me into false confessions about Yankee Doodle's pool hall and harassing waitresses, and when she felt like she got the answer she wanted... Now, first, how would she know about this?
She wouldn't.
Correct. So, and I was picking up on all of this, but I didn't know what was going on.
Are you 20 now?
Yeah, probably a little older, maybe 30s on. I don't know. I'm picking up on her digging for information used against me.
Right.
I'm picking up on the weird lies that it's not the devil's in the details, it's the angels in the details.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going, this person doesn't seem legit, honest.
Yeah.
And they're not concerned about my health, right?
Right.
Now, when she gets the answers, and this is happens for each person to person, but when she gets the answers she wants, she feels, for example, my mind was sort of racing, and I'm trying to figure out all these weird things. She says, Kevin, you know, like, are you harassing waitresses? And I think I went like this or something while I'm thinking.
Oh, no. And she took that.
And all of a sudden, after that, for about 10 years, at Yankee Doodle and every other pool hall worldwide, the things you're seeing here and everywhere else, I'm trying to play pool, people are coming in attacking me over and over within minute by minute for a good 10 years. Right? I will say I haven't played pool in about 10, 15 years. I can't even remember how to play the game. And I played for a good 20 years on a daily basis in tournaments and all that.
Every day.
Oh no, but yeah, shitload, which some people might say is crazy.
I don't think so. It's you loved it.
But the point is, and you can, that's a whole other conversation about my family running around saying within moderation tactic. We control how many coffees you drink per month. We control, you're not allowed to sit at a park bench longer than 10 minutes or people will come out, because everything has to be within moderation as if it's a mathematical equation. Right? Well, let me tell you, Richie Valens, who walked around with a guitar, La Bamba, walked around with a high school holding his guitar or whatever, didn't became at 17, a famous rock star because of moderation. Unfortunately died in a plane crash. And if you want to analyze the lyrics of Bye Bye Miss American Pie by John McLean, a lot of that's about. But anyways, Richie Valens didn't get where he got by saying I like music and I like the guitar, but I'm going to not only touch it once per month. Okay? He got good at singing and playing, and same with all the people that go somewhere in life, even business owners. They get there by going above and beyond that the lazy people or the non-believers don't want to do. So the whole within moderation scam or tactic where someone follows you around saying everything you do in life has to be within moderation, and we're watching you or we're going to make you mentally ill to shock you every time we're not happy with your Mike Huntley quote-unquote behavior is irrelevant. They can believe that and they can keep it to themselves or talk amongst their friends, but once they start impeding on your life, well, you were at a coffee shop for too long, so we're going to hunt you down and kill you. You sat on a park bench for more than 10 minutes, so now worldwide groups are going to take turns on you all day and night to try to create mental illness. Is to hurt you. It's not for you.
And what about everything in moderation?
Yeah, and Lorena Escobar kept barking at me within moderation, hinting I'm crazy, hinting I'm doing all these things to people. It's what you're doing in the privacy of your own home, and you've seen the police try to break in my house with my father 6 times while on video.
I don't even know what moderation means anyway.
Let me tell you something. These people that preach the moderation bullshit to me
Yeah.
are lazy asses who've never gotten off their ass and done anything in their life. They're the 9-to-5ers in the office who at 4:45 are all the way in the parking lot down in their car. Okay?
I mean, like, and look at everything they're doing, like, the effort it takes, and it's constant. That's not moderation.
Correct. And they're exerting a billion times more energy in their anger and rage at me.
Yeah.
If they were to take 10% of what they're doing to me and apply it to like starting their own company, they'd be like millionaires.
Yeah, like billionaires.
Right? I used to say that if these people would have taken 10%, exerted 10% of their energy in doing something positive of what they're doing in my life, they'd accomplish all these great things.
Exactly. Everyone would be like, wow.
Why does this thing keep disconnecting?
Is it still working?
I think it still is, but it just doesn't register on the phone.
The internet related
Okay, shit. It's freaking out.
Are you able to record a video on your phone without Wi-Fi? And then just upload
I'm not
it?
recording on the phone, it's just showing me.
Oh, okay. Could you?
Shit. Hold on.
Is the battery dying?
Shouldn't matter, I'm on this thing.
I didn't know if the charger was being put in this one. You come prepared, huh?
Oh, yeah, I always have like 100 batteries on me.
Can you do recharge them? Or you just buy a new one?
Yeah.
Recharge them? Thanks. I don't know. I mean, I've never used like real batteries.
Well, I mean, the batteries are small though, as a phone. Like this.
Yeah.
My old Canon gear,
Mm-hmm.
which I never used. I didn't video, but on photography, the battery lasted like 2 weeks.
Really?
That's the cameras. Big. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Okay. It's gonna suck. Okay, so my little Wi-Fi connection is being kind of weird, so I'm just gonna kind of every 15 minutes run behind and make sure we're still recording. I noticed the green over there and the green behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I
so
couldn't
2
see
greens
it.
again, 2 greens. Okay, so we have the 2 greens at the same time again.
Their behaviors.
Okay, so where were we? Getting nowhere.
Briefly mentioned 29 rat in a cage. Something is. Oh.
Okay,
We
so
kind of
let's-
talked about that.
Let's just, okay, so at 29, I kind of wanted to explain the flow of my so-called paranoia versus their defensiveness. Does that make sense? Briefly mentioned 25. I'm at a strip club. I'm kind of joking around. I feel like I'm in a rat in a cage. Them clamming up like it's the end of the world. Now, if someone's like joking
Weird.
around, sometimes don't you feel like you're a rat in a cage? Was that green shirt?
Yeah.
Okay, so a third green shirt. Okay,
Yep.
so that's not the type of thing that the entire planet would flip out over or anyone.
Not at all.
And the emotion I was expressing is an emotion. This is before I really flipped out. It was kind of like a vibe. Something just seemed wrong again. Something seems wrong again. Every time I just keep getting in these situations where
just
something's
felt
very
off?
wrong.
Okay.
And, example, in 97, 96, I'm
I'm on internet-related chat, talking to a girl for a short while. She says, I drive a Jeep, come out to Denver, come in my house, the door's open, don't knock.
Okay.
And so I go out to Denver, and I'm not stupid, so I don't barge in her house. It's snowing, I get out, I knock on the door.
Yeah.
A big black guy opens. I'm
Oh,
here to see so-and-so. Who? This person.
No.
Nobody lives here by that.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Oh my
And the
God.
point I'm getting at, not only do the police get angry when I talk about these things, strange,
Oh my gosh.
it kept happening over and over, especially on IRC. Now, my family and the police and all these people are going to play this game. Well, you're putting yourself in a sketchy situation to begin with, blah, blah, blah. Well,
But you were
it's
smart
not
about
that
it.
sketchy because we're going to IRC parties and groups of people are getting together and,
In person?
yeah, in person.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And then my brother's sending his friend Mike Wexler over me, trying to set me up for like statutory rape with Lynn Junkin off IRC, which I wasn't interested in, but she was at the party with people of all ages, and she was 16, and Mike Wexler was telling me, that statutory rape is below 16 in Colorado, linking to my brother.
He's trying to set you up.
It's trying to set me up. And then just endless incidents. And then there's a whole thing with Lynn Junkin going to another party, and I was there, and she hitting about laptops being hacked, and then she wants us to watch the movie Hackers with Angelina Jolie, and then ironically there's some of the things on the box cover of the movie Hackers directed at me, and she was implying that I'm hacking people and trying to make them mentally ill, hence where they're hacking. Kevin's hacking people and trying to make them mentally ill actually starts around that point, around 95, 96, with Lynn Junkin, Kelly Hatch, and to solidify it, the reason the girl was telling me that she drove a Jeep and wanted to try to get me to break and enter was linking back to Kelly Hatch in Southern Oregon State College on the Kevin, go in my room,
Right.
and you can borrow the,
Whatever it was.
what was it? It was an X-Acto knife to install your car stereo, while telling the world I broke in her room and then telling the world I stole her Jeep.
Oh
All
my
connected.
gosh.
A Colorado person connected with a Oregon,
Right.
okay?
Did you ever talk to that Colorado person again?
Which Kelly Hatch?
No, the one that told you to go to the house and
That
just
was
walk in.
Colorado. No, of course not. Just some anonymous
That's
set you
terrible.
up
So,
and for breaking and entering
and you
with the police.
flew all that way to Denver, right?
No, I lived there. I went to college.
Oh, that's when you were there already.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you came from like California there to meet her or something.
No,
and then,
no.
Oh, okay. I was like, I would be so pissed.
I went to Southern Oregon State College, and then I said, this town's tiny. It's a town of 5,000. Ashland, Oregon was a town of 5,000.
Yeah.
Okay? Well, I want to go to a real school. I want to go, yeah, my brother did graduate there, but it has nothing to do with me stalking my brother, which is one of their claims.
Graduate
cover-up
from
claims.
Oregon State?
No, my brother graduated from University of Colorado
Okay.
Boulder, and I then put in transfers after my brother graduated to go to University of Colorado because you know what you're conditioned to know. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The reason I
Absolutely.
know about what University of Colorado was like is because I visited my brother. Therefore, when I don't have much time to do college transfers, I put in for what I know, which is University of Colorado.
That's what I did too.
And then the entire planet's saying I'm a schizo that thinks I'm my brother, I'm hunting down my brother as cover-ups.
Right.
You see the things that don't make sense. Okay, so I transfer because the college population
Bigger.
of University of Colorado is about 26,000, and the entire town of Ashland, Oregon is 5,000. And the
That's
entire
crazy.
town of Boulder, Colorado is probably 150,000.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more prestigious, and the degree means a little more.
Yeah. Then there's more people, period.
Yeah, and there's more people and a lot of hot women too. Okay, so
You were in college, like.
okay, so yeah,
Exactly.
and
I went to the school. Yeah.
so I'm just gonna make sure we're. The old-fashioned way, I have to run behind it. Okay, so you get the idea. Trying to be social in college.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
is disastrous
so
for
weird.
Kevin Perlman, and he's hunted. I don't feel like that's a whole 10-year conversation. What happened in Boulder, whatever.
Really?
Else. Yeah.
How old are you then?
20s.
20s?
Yeah, you go to college. What?
20,
18, 19,
19,
20,
21?
maybe 21 to 24 or 5 or something. Okay, so I haven't even gotten to my father's office, so once again, I don't think we're gonna. Okay, IRC, women getting mad at me for the smallest things that no one could care about, who I barely knew, hence the feeling of I feel like a rat in a cage.
Like something's
not in a
wrong.
mobster way,
Yeah.
but like something's wrong. Like I'm being watched, something's being manipulated. Example, maybe you're talking to one IRC girl, you never met them, and then you meet them,
Bless you.
and then you meet them and you go, no, I'm not going to date this chick. What, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or maybe you're talking to one girl on IRC and you're talking to 4 other girls on IRC, and the IRC girls are getting all mad and jealous, like, this guy's a womanizer because he's chatting on. It's like taking things out of context,
Yeah.
and you're like, but you're not spazzing out on anyone else over these things. You could care less. And let me give you an analogy. You walk into a bar, and this happens daily. Some guy walks into a bar. He walks up to a girl, you're cute, blah, 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 can I buy you a drink? No, I'm not interested. Okay, and then he walks up to the next girl.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. And then he walks up to the next girl. I'm not interested. And then those 3 girls go, this guy's a womanizer, and he just goes from girl to girl and blah, 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 and blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
that happens all the time.
And you're like, but you said no.
Exactly.
You said
so what's
you
the
weren't
issue?
interested.
Right.
So I moved on.
Yeah.
So why are you now standing there going,
Why are you
angry at you for moving on?
when
Because you didn't want
exactly
to give me a chance.
makes no
Well,
sense.
in Kevin's life, it's different. In Kevin's life, it's within moderation. You only talk to one girl ever your entire life.
The one that we choose for you.
The one we choose, Adriana Oliveras. Or you're a dead man and you're a horrible monster and it's your behavior and it's not within moderation. No, you keep talking to women, or in your case, men, until it works out. Correct?
That's normal.
Now,
Something
why
wrong
are
with
these
that.
people mad if I'm doing the same thing everyone else is in life until it works out?
I don't know.
And they're getting angrier and angrier, and they're following me around with police and government resources, how I'm crazy, and right, doesn't make any sense.
No, that's crazy.
Okay, so these things that kept happening, go to this guy's house, or the guy named Paranoid trying to make me paranoid, or
His screening?
yeah, and 100,000 other things like that. At the age 29, when I said I feel like a rat, I'm a rat in a cage, or something like that, and everyone
Yeah.
going, oh shit, he knows.
Okay.
Then
that's
saying
why
you
I got
suffer from schizophrenia and you're paranoid. We're all cover-ups
What the hell?
for me
Okay.
starting to figure things out.
Right.
And
Who said that you had schizophrenia?
Susan Donner.
Okay, she was the one that
Virus
did.
crawled in my head, and then she got angry when I could explain things. Or at that point, I really didn't understand, but I could still showed enough common sense that something's not right.
Did you ever question or consider that you did at any point?
No. Absolutely.
I didn't know if when she first said it, I'd be so like confused and like what
Well,
the hell
no,
is happening.
my
that I
concern
wouldn't
was
know.
who's this lady who I don't know
Telling me these
throwing
things.
these weird labels out
Yeah.
of her ass.
She didn't even know you.
Yeah. And she's I'm watching her say things that are linked to Mike Huntley in my office,
Right.
and I'm saying, this lady's saying this, but she's not firing on all 8 cylinders. She's getting information from pool halls and Mike Huntley and my mommy.
And she shouldn't
Something's
even know any of
wrong.
those things.
Wouldn't that
yeah.
sort of make you paranoid?
100,000%. That's why I'm asking, because I think, me personally, I would have been like, shit, is that what's going on with me? Because this is so weird. You know?
Yeah.
Like questioning everything. I was just wondering.
Isn't therapy supposed to be, remember the horrible
Supportive.
tactics? There's just one of them here, but
Yeah.
isn't therapy supposed to be in a safe environment and about
That's the most
trust?
important thing.
Well, how can you trust someone that's
Putting labels.
collecting lies from stranger after stranger and using them against you, and when they talk, they're not talking
to you.
in a straightforward manner like, you know, the other day I had a conversation with Mike Huntley, and Mike Huntley told me some things about this and that and the other thing and blah, 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 and then you have a valid
But even then,
defensive argument. Well, you know, I was sitting in the office with Mike Huntley and he did this and that, and Mike Huntley's a liar. No, Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman and Mike Huntley. Kevin, you're not allowed to defend yourself.
Right. And even her knowing that, or if she were to say that, that's breaking confidentiality. So already
Correct.
there, you don't feel safe. At least I wouldn't, you know?
It's the same thing with Karine Eshigan working with Dincy on the arrests. Me talking about my father and them playing this game like you're bad-mouthing your father and reading. You know, like, I'm bad-mouthing my father. I mean, she didn't say it, but...
Was she the lawyer or the psychiatrist?
No, she was... Karine Eshigan was a therapist that the LAPD got mad because instead of... You have to understand the dynamics. At first, it's a deer in headlights.
Of course.
You don't know what's going on, and your mother sweeps in like, Kevin, you need help, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I just magically have a list of people. Now, remember, my mother has a psychology degree and worked at Cedars-Sinai, so now, you know, you're for trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because something's wrong. But you don't know what's going on, so you go to the first one.
Yeah.
And you're noticing that she has communication from your mother and your friends and pool halls and restaurants. But you're paranoid. But you're talking to all these people. No,
right.
That's illegal. Okay, wait. Well, if you say you're not,
then how do
and you don't know me, then that creates paranoia. That's them running around with torches, lighting fields on fire, saying, the field's on fire. Well, yeah, because you're running around with a fucking torch, lighting it on fire. Don't fucking run around with a torch, lighting the fucking field on fire.
Right.
Okay? And then it's your fault. And you just say, tell me what the fuck's going on. No, you're imagining. Okay, so they're intentionally, you don't think they know that with their psychiatry degrees?
Right. Questioning everything and saying you're imagining
just say
it.
You don't think that they know that what they're doing is beyond any level of demented and abusive?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, people that study paranoia don't do the things intentionally.
And they should.
For any reason did they claim a paranoia would suffer. Paranoid would suffer.
Right. Exactly. Right? No, that's cruel.
Okay, so you can, from common sense, say that they know what they're doing and they're creating these self-fulfilling prophecies intentionally with motive and intent. They're sparking the fire and then they're turning it around going, Kevin, you need to get help because you keep catching on fire. Well, yeah, I keep catching on fire when you throw gasoline and keep lighting me on fire.
Exactly. And then they're saying that's not happening.
Yeah.
And
so you're imagining. Do what we tell you. Okay, so all those things violated confidentiality. Every one of them.
Yeah.
Women getting bipolar behaviors from women that now say, "I'm bipolar." Strangers, scared looks at people's faces I had never seen, or maybe seen around me. So you're watching these people's scared faces, and even my father at one point saying, "People are scared of you," but it's not about anything, right? It's like, can you have
what reason?
Complex, detailed argument based on a situation, or just like stupidity, right?
No, they can't because he can't tell you because he told you he know he did.
Correct.
Which makes no sense.
Right. So people are scared of me because I hugged a girl 4 seconds instead of 3, so I suffer from the serial killers that
lingering hug for 4 seconds. Said lingering hug for 4 seconds.
Lingering hug, I like that.
4 seconds.
What was the term? Not within reason.
Moderation.
Within moderation hugs, I've exceeded the moderation, so I need to be hunted and killed. I worldwide support. I mean, that's the level of stupidity we're talking about here. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. 2016 arrests right after calling civil attorneys. Dincy sweeps in. Ex-partner of Jensen, 2013 arrest for sitting on the sidewalk. Sweeps in at 2016 after starting to call civil attorneys. That's pretty important. We just had another green shirt walk by, so we're seeing the groups of green shirts. Another striper may or may not be something. And down over there's a third striper, horizontal striper, red and pink under Mama's Hummus.
Okay, I couldn't see, but yeah.
Way down there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Recap: trying to mentally bash. A recapture from last conversation: trying to mentally bash my skull in and as punishment for mother claims. My
mother's claims.
I think we already talked about that.
Yeah, we did.
Mental battering someone seems to be the punishment. The accusations, which also apply to Gregoire,
Oh.
Jason goes over Gregoire to bash Gregoire's skull with a crowbar.
You
I
protect
stop
him.
Jason. Gregoire's mad at me for coming forward,
Right.
saving his life. Is a cover-up for something they were trying to prove, which probably goes back to the claims about Josh Burnham. Right?
Right.
Fair to say.
Man.
That is also the only thing that I've ever been asked. Does that make sense?
What's the only thing?
If I hit Josh Burnham in the head with a gun.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Okay. By my mother.
Like,
Okay.
straightforwardly asked.
Correct. Everything else is like, you're imagining it.
Why
You know
was
what you did. Your past caught up with you. That's the only direct statement I think ever.
That's crazy. Okay.
Okay, I think you asked me about people.
Bugs. Sorry.
Dude, seriously.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a bee. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm laughing. Oh, we have another strike.
Yep.
Okay, so I think you asked me about people coming back in my life. We don't have much time, I don't think.
Like Gregoire?
People coming back. I think you asked me about people coming back in my life. I don't see how. Okay, wait. So this guy just came out. Was a 4th striper. We have another green coming back this way.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you asked me about people coming back in my life. I don't see how that's possible if they can't address the issue. Oh yeah. You asked me at Calabasas about would I let Shane back in my life, or I thought this was
your
important.
brother?
My little brother Shane, or just people coming back in my life, like Kevin. Do you have the ability to forgive or whatever? And it's a very complex issue. This isn't a
Absolutely.
normal.
No. They have to
I'm trying to
acknowledge
think of
it.
whatever.
A normal conflict.
Yeah,
something?
it's not something simple. Whatever. You cheated on. I don't know. You stole $1,000 from me, and that was 20 years. Who cares?
You punched
It's
me in
over
the
with.
face 20 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see how that's possible if they can't address the issue
I
or
agree.
things they were involved in, because how can you have a friendship or relationship with someone involved in something like this yet pretends it never happened?
Right.
Okay, so we've been hunting you down for 47 years. There's a worldwide campaign to kill you. It lasts 18 years, all day and night, 24/7, minute by minute torture from every stranger on the planet. And I'm supposed to confess to things that don't exist, or be hunted, tortured, killed, locked in jail cells, which they throw me in jail. Keep hunting me all day and night. Endless physical attacks, endless mental illness attacks. I'm not allowed to know what it's about, and I'm told I'm imagining it. Now we come back in your life, whether it's some girl or my brother or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, without the first statement of
Acknowledgement.
acknowledging the situation so you can talk about it, what their beliefs are, what they did, why they did it.
Right.
How can you get past that of something this large,
You can't.
right? Okay,
It's,
so
you know, there's
example,
no way.
Shane. Well, I fucked up. Okay, Shane, you fucked up how? You fucked up why? What were you involved in? I can't tell you. Well, now I don't know if I can trust you.
Right. Right. Absolutely. You need the acknowledgement. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's like the first thing, because I don't, even after that, like, would you feel, I mean, just knowing you, I'm sure at some point, if they were able to acknowledge it, you would try to forgive them or something, because I don't know, though, because it'd be so
Okay,
hard.
well, think about it. We're talking about trust.
Right.
We're talking about trust on a government worldwide murder operation to either kill someone or lock them away in some kind of cage.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, someone comes back in your life and they can't specifically say
No, you
what
need
they
way
did
more than
wrong.
that.
Even if they are sorry, they haven't given me enough to show that they're on my side
Not
or
at
willing to
all.
take the stand against
What's happening?
killing me.
Right. No, you need a lot more than saying, I fucked up.
Yeah.
You need, like,
And then you're still
acknowledgement.
wondering what's ever going on while
Why
you're
are
walking
they-
around with them while people are attacking you.
Absolutely.
Like my mother, I'm neutral.
I know.
Okay, so now you want to go out with me and you want to eat with me while people torture me to death, but you're neutral and you don't know what's going on.
Right.
Yeah, well, I don't feel comfortable being around them.
Why do you think that she did that or would do that?
I
Like, your
can't
thoughts
tell
on
you,
that?
but that seems to be consensus worldwide. We're going to leave you in the dark to create
And act
noise.
like we care, like with your mom,
What?
and like leave you in the dark, but act like we care. Or
Yeah,
what?
correct.
Okay.
If you're leaving me in the dark,
Yeah,
okay, first, don't you find that kind of selfish?
I find it.
Okay, I want to go out to dinner with you, And while we're out at dinner, there's about 100 attacks by each employee trying to trigger you, set you up, get a reaction, and lock you away in jail cells or mental institutions.
Right.
I want to go out to dinner with you as if it's a privilege for me
To go.
to go with them, and I got to do what they tell me and be a good boy, instead of them saying, Kevin, I want to be around you,
Yeah.
and what they're doing is wrong, and I'm on your fucking side, and this piece of shit comes up to you, blah, blah, blah. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Then they
Having
want to be
your
with
back.
me.
Right.
Because the other one, the alternate is, you're my dog, and you're on a leash, and you should come with me because I want to be around my little doggy and
And
pet
I'm
him.
neutral.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm neutral. And did you get off your fucking leash? Now we gotta follow you because you got off your fucking leash.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, you see the movie Meet the Fockers?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's exactly like that. My father's like that, my mother's like that, my brother's like that.
Jeez. Yeah.
And every person I have ever met is linked into this government-built system, and they're all like that. Now, what was the end result of Meet the Fockers? Fuck you.
That was the
I don't
very
give a
end,
shit
right?
about you. I don't give a shit about your fucking
I
life.
remember that. Okay.
You know, if she likes me, she's my wife, and if you want to be in my fucking life, not if I want to be in your fucking life.
Right. It's not about.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
imagine that dynamic. The crazy fucking FBI father running around, or CIA
Oh my
with surveillance
gosh. I
equipment.
know.
This is real. This is real for me, and it's not just for my family. They're all linked from person to person worldwide with the government. And then they're like, you better be the perfect robot.
Right.
And you're like, fuck you. I mean, you don't say fuck you. Now we're gonna punish you.
And you're like, I said
Right.
it once ever in life, and I was like 14.
Yeah, but my
No, I know what
point
you're
is,
saying.
You don't
Yeah.
stand up to us. You don't defend yourself.
Like your dad
Or we
said
keep
that,
shocking
right?
you, right?
Did your dad say that? You
What?
can't defend yourself?
Yeah,
Or
my
was that-
dad and
okay.
also Mike Huntley.
Okay.
And then he said we're not gonna. If you've done something, people aren't told what you did wrong. You have another green shirt here.
Yeah.
Okay. And so and then my father runs around his office going, Kevin, I love you. And it's like, well, what's your fucking definition of love?
Right.
You know,
Right.
Shoving calipros up someone's ass
Oh
every
my
10 minutes and
gosh.
going, I love when you scream. I mean, what's...
Oh, it's sadistic. What is the last conversation you had with your dad? Do you remember what it was about?
One of the last few of them was, it was my birthday, and he wanted to go out to dinner with me on my birthday, and I said no.
You stood up.
And I said, you know what? I said, if you're going to sit there and watch what these people do each time while they try to drive me crazy and provoke me into anger, and say I'm imagining it, then you're not on my side, and you know what's going on, so I'm not going to fucking be around that. And if you really love me, then you're going to
Accept that.
deal with
and
the situation. And he chose not to deal with the situation.
Did he get pissed?
Yeah, he got pissed, and then he geared up to fire me, and then they worked on all these newer setups in the office to try to make it look like I was doing something to Fernanda, who was stalking me, and
Because you said no, you didn't want to go to birthday dinner with your
correct.
dad.
That was the real reason. But he tried to divert it,
Yeah.
like he always does. It's about your website, and the employees are pissed off about your website. Well, the website's been there for 5 years. Why is this any different now?
Right.
Right? Fernanda kept yelling at me, my computer doesn't work because of Kevin, I can't work. And I kept saying, well, show me what's wrong, I'll fix it. No, you can't touch my computer. Then my father working this angle, like, Fernanda seems really defensive. Do you have a way of knowing what she's up to? Trying to sort of turn around me, and I said, well, we could look at the firewall logs and see where she's going. And then I send him the firewall logs, and she's constantly going to the LAPD and things like this.
Seriously?
Yeah. And she was working on me from day one for 14 years, and working on all these weird, trying to steal my property and play all this
Is
weird...
that what you found when you looked in there? What, like at the...
No, I didn't have anything exact, but I had the abuse from her. Does that make sense? These
Yeah.
strategic setup operations with the other employees. And this is constant all day and night for 14
When you looked
years.
at the what are they called? Firewall logs or whatever, and she was contacting the police.
Yeah, and so I
stuff?
sent them to my father, and then my father... What was it? I'm trying to think. There's so many things. It's hard
No,
to...
it's okay.
Okay, so one of the things she was mad about is that on all the computers, I have what's called BNC.
What's that?
Now, everyone who has a technology background will know this. VNC is a Linux-based similarity to a remote desktop, which is available on Linux and Windows to log in to computers from remote.
Yeah.
And so I have, on all the computers, the ability to log in from anywhere I am in the world to fix it so they can work with the least downtime as possible.
It's a helpful thing.
Correct, it's helpful. And she was using it with other companies, with the, let me think, CalMed software company, the software company that we use their software, notifying all these groups worldwide that I'm somehow violating their privacy by trying to help them work and fix their computers.
Yeah, that's garbage.
So she was playing this game like,
Kevin's violating
Kevin, something's
my
wrong with my
privacy.
computer, but you need to come here to do it, and you can't do this, and demanding this and that.
Even though
and I'm like, I'm trying to fix your stupid computer. Are you going to let me fix your computer or not?
Right.
Well, Kevin logged in my computer. Kevin did this. Kevin did that.
Well, yeah, you're trying to fix it.
Well, yeah, that's my job. And it's not your computer. It's Golden State Sports Medical computer.
Right.
And my job is to keep Golden State Sports Medical computers working so that you can make money as well as Golden State Sports Medical.
Right.
But they couldn't magically understand that for
How
Kevin
not?
Perlman, only everyone else.
But that makes no sense. You would think they'd be happy
when I
that
first
you did that.
when I first got hired, Fernanda was working some frame job at Angle. Like, will you come over and fix my computer? Because my computer, she logs in through a different way back then before I put in the terminal server. But she logs in from home to work. Sure, because it's my father's. Back to context. This is very important. It's my father's company.
Yeah.
And the boundaries are a little different than if this was IBM or HP.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If I worked at HP and an employee said, "Can you come to my house and do this?" I'd say, "No, are you crazy?"
Right.
But I knew these people for 20 years before I went to college.
Right.
So there's that context of I trust these people enough and I know these people. Little did I know what they were doing to me. So I go to their house and they make the scam like Kevin did this and that. And then she lived on Burbank Street out in like Tarzana, and I live in Burbank Street, and now in Woodland Hills, and now there's all these scams with Latins moving around me and harassing me and provoking me that link to her, and she supposedly, who knows what's true, supposedly was involved in sort of manipulating her friend to put a property in her name and sort of taking the property and things like this. Now, you don't know which thing is what, but you just know that all these people are working different angles on you. Kids in green shirts coming this way.
So, did that one, what was her name? That one lady, I want to say Frederica, that's not right though.
Fernanda Sini.
Did she get fired after that?
There's a couple of things, actually, it's way down here under the Fernanda Sini section. Now, remember these notes? We're just quick brainstorming, and the things I have written on the website are like 100 miles long. But Fernanda Simi, what the hell was your question? Oh, getting fired.
Did she get fired eventually?
No, she didn't get fired. I got fired.
That's so stupid.
And they tried to play this game like I'm violating her privacy and I'm doing this and that.
That's crazy.
And what they do is they ramp up this rhetoric that doesn't make sense all at the same time. They go, well, Kevin, this is crazy, so we don't want you around. The black guy, Brandon, my father's running up saying, another green shirt. Okay, my father's running around and saying, well, Brandon, a black X-ray tech employee who was working on me with insane amounts of energy and resources, is mentioning discrimination, so, this isn't looking good.
Serious?
Now, Brandon was contacting all the black employees or black people at coffee shops to follow me to coffee shops, taking turns in anger and rage on me, and asking, Kevin, can I ask you about this? And provoking me. Can I ask you about that? Provoking me. Right? And they also had a black girl named Alita, which was pretending to be paranoid, and then telling everyone that I'm hacking her computer and making her paranoid, while coming up to me, saying, Kevin, these people are doing these things to me, because she knew that they would intentionally make me paranoid and trying to sort of befriend me to set me up. Does that make sense?
That's what everyone did.
Correct. Just like the guy on video and all the way last week. Probably this Nico girl. They're all working the same. Oh, I'm crazy just like you, now I'm going to set you up. Because I want to sort of get in and infiltrate, right? So Brandon's kind of working with the
he's
black
here.
community
Yeah.
for the white supremacist tactic that starts literally at 8 years old, right?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's insane. And so now there was another reason why they called her Alita, and that linked back to the movie Hackers and Lynn Junkin at the University of Colorado, and when they run around with this scam like I'm the best hacker, I'm elite, hack the planet, and all these weird freaky tangents that once again they're trying to make it look like I conform to media while they're putting things on the box cover to send me hidden messages of the movie,
Right.
with Angelina Jolie and things like that, right?
Right. I've never seen that either.
It's pretty good 80s.
Hackers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. She.
I know last time we talked about that.
Did I say that? I think I might have said this last week.
I think so. Oh crap, and I have to go pretty soon.
Yeah. Last week's I don't know if we said this last week or not, but the whole thing, I think we did. Me saying that Starbucks doesn't want me at any location in the world was never said by a Starbucks employee. It was said by lead officer Sean Dinsey and other illegal corrupt cops trying to cover up their 42-year crimes. And the big one was, well, in 8th grade he kissed a black girl, so now we're going to call him a white supremacist for kissing a black girl. Doesn't really make much sense. And once I figured it out, they got really mad. Well, you can't say anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to be mobbed to death and die. Instead of them admitting that the truth is, if I'm kissing girls of different races and cultures, then I'm the opposite of what they're stating, right?
Absolutely.
Linking back to Brandon and my father's office sent after me to strategically work on me, making up I'm going to turn it around on you like everything else claims. My father playing this game.
Okay.
Well, Kevin, I think I'm going to have to let you go finally.
Right.
Because he wanted to force me to quit.
I can't believe you did that.
With the cover-ups from Alita and Brandon. But there were other things going on, and I can't really remember. My father was right at the point where he fired me. He was doing these. First, he tried to fire me after I left the office because he wanted to sort of take over my servers. He didn't want me to get my servers out of his office.
Why?
He was playing this game like I'm shady and there's probably something illegal on the servers.
Oh my gosh, okay.
But the real reason why is my website was on the servers.
Okay.
Or all my work was on the servers. And he had his own special IT guys, the secret ones, hacking into my computers. By the way, more backwards. Okay, so what else? There was something he said to me on the phone while he was firing me that I did this, which he did, right? Like, he did something. He tried to manipulate me into something. He did something, then he said I did it.
Right.
He's really understanding who he is. That he's the one doing it.
I'm blaming it on you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though I already really knew that. Shit, what was that? Brandon, my father. Damn it, I had some thought, and I just totally...
I'm putting it all on you.
Yeah, there's something I'm going to say for that.
You'll remember, I'm sure.
Probably.
Yeah, didn't see saying that, yeah.
Damn. I'm just trying to think of all their relevances in firing. So he kind of wanted to keep me around to control me. And like everyone else, his control was Kevin did this, Kevin did that. Kevin's a bad person, but I'll keep him around, provided he does what I tell him.
Right.
And if I disobey his
rules.
No, not rules, like moralistic thoughts, I guess. Playing pool is shady, so if you go play pool, you've disobeyed my hidden messages. So now you'll be punished and it'll destroy your life. And then I'll tell everyone that you committed all these crimes.
If you don't
if you don't
do
do.
exactly.
But what's it really about? Because it doesn't make sense that there's
No.
worldwide support,
Oh,
right?
on the next page, look at the top.
Importance, my father not wanting me to talk. This is priority
What's that?
because Dincy is probably paid off by my father.
Is that what you want to talk about?
No, I don't know. There, there's so many fragmented related thoughts. So thing from thing.
His father really is what he does for a living.
I'm just sort of trying to brainstorm back to the point where he fired. He spent 14 years trying to get rid of me, and I knew what he was doing, so I let him fire me.
Right.
Because I knew it would have mattered if I left.
It wouldn't. Yeah.
I could have quit and tried to get other jobs, but it would have been the same thing.
Yeah.
So I knew that wasn't going to change the equation,
Right.
and I need money to eat.
Right.
Okay. So I'm hiring programmers on the side to try to make money to get away from him.
Absolutely.
They're contacting all the programmers. He finally breaks, realizing that he has to make a choice
Right.
to do something about the people he's involved in stalking and hunting me, or fire me.
Right.
He made his decision. I hate my son's guts, and I choose money over my son's breathing, showing that he's actually paying off the people.
Right.
And then playing these games like, well, Kevin, you have us on the website or blah, blah. You talk about it. Yeah, of course, because you won't.
Oh, that's what your dad said?
Well, he played these
implied.
games, this little game. Instead of him dealing with the issues, first he would laugh at me like, Kevin, you're crazy, you think differently, trying to make me look crazy. I'd be like, bullshit, bullshit.
Right.
And at that point, so he knew he wasn't going to win that battle.
Right.
But he wanted to control me and keep me around. And he wanted to go out to his dinners, and he wanted me to go on his boats while he took turns in anger and rage at me.
Mm-hmm.
And I slowly kind of distanced myself, like,
Right.
he's just not going to be honest. I mean, what kind of person is this, right? And then he breaks. The real reason he broke was because I said, no, you can't go out to dinner with me, showing that this was really about control and keeping me close.
Right. Not helping or loving.
Well, nothing about love or affection or emotion. It's like
Right.
a robot, right? I want you close to me because you're my son, and that's it. And if you disobey me, you're a dead man.
Right.
But love or like or friends is not.
In that equivalent.
If you like someone or you have a friend, I want you around because I like you
Exactly.
and I like your
company,
and I would never want to hurt you or see anyone hurt you. That is what a friend or relationship or especially love
is.
And so here you have a man that is about what he wants,
right,
and nothing else. Do you understand? There's no emotion there. There's no this is what I want and you'll do what I want because I want it. That's it. Now when he says I love you, that's he might be envisioning himself holding a machete chopping off limbs. I don't know, right? Because his ideal of love or affection or friendship isn't based on normal human emotion.
No.
It's based on something that you really don't want to delve deep into.
Not at all.
Because it's freaky and scary, right?
Horrifying.
Yeah, so when they see that in 8th grade I kiss a black girl, they can't understand that it's because I'm open-minded and accepting and I don't make these judgments, and for them it's some kind of threat, so they go ballistic on me, right?
Right. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
No.
Okay, so obviously you gotta go.
I'm sorry, yeah. It's 12:30? Yeah.
I think my battery, 12:30, yeah.
When do you want to meet again?
Let's just.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I'm just gonna. Okay, so now we still, ironically, haven't gotten
3 pages
anywhere to what I was talking about. So right here, we're now starting. I'm going to try not to write any more notes, but on a daily basis, things happen.
I'll
so
keep it. I marked
notes.
it where we ended.
We're now going to talk about Golden State Sports Medical and go from person to person. Obviously, not everything because it's so insanely vast. But an understanding of what happened at the 14 years at Golden State Sports Medical, working on me with every angle, resource, and my father wanting to get me from University of Colorado into his office with Mike Huntley so that he can finish the job, so to speak. And this is huge conversations with huge amounts of details, and I still keep not being able to get here. But the reason Stroggins, as I mentioned before, the reason Stintsy and my father paid off Stintsy with the Stroggins arrests and all that is to sort of deviate my thinking to newer horrific things instead of talking about the important older things.
The distraction you said.
Distraction, yeah. Or a curveball or whatever. So we're now going to get to that, I hope, I'm pretty sure. And Brittany's gonna go, so we're stopping it here. And that's it for today.
Was it go?
Okay, I'm at this gas station filling up. I'm quickly gonna go in and get some coffee. The thing you need to listen to him to say is man or bye-bye, or have a good one. Focus preferably the man or bye-byes because those are recent.
The mail, sometimes you get it on Saturdays, maybe Mondays, sometimes even Tuesdays. So it's, yeah.
I was like, oh my dad actually filed my last one, so like I got it on Friday. I was like, who's great? Turns out it was in the future. So I was like, oh, you know, it's Jamba, you know. Dude, I might have too much time on my hands. I was yesterday. I was passed out.
Oh, here?
No.
I was gonna say here, first of all.
I wish. No, I know. I already got that song.
Drama and embarrassment. Because it has happened.
Like that?
No.
That happened?
Degradation. Not degrading.
It's okay, I don't care right.
Because there's a lot of your rewrite, but obviously it's really well written.
Wait, what do you mean you see me? What does this look to me?
What are you on one of those dating sites or?
No.
What is it, Tinder?
Instagram. Nah, DM.
You're on Tinder.
408 is your total.
You're on Tinder. Sharing with the class. Okay. So then you have very on
What?
You're giving them a hard time.
Giving her impossible.
Thanks. Try again?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the truth.
Huh?
Truth, check it out.
For sure. Here you go, boss. Are you leaving these here? Or?
Yeah. Problem with
Sure.
Jews breathing or whatever because that's what this is about. Something like that.
I'll leave them there,
So I
man.
think it's important.
Don't pick them up and pick them up. Have a good one, boss.
Have a good one, boss.
Got it.
Okay, so you'll notice that when he saw the cards, he got mad, right? Well, first, before he saw the cards, he started tapping on the counter. He started tapping on the counter,
Then he saw the card, what's this? The usual bullshit response. Then he realized that he couldn't control me with the you do what we tell you or we kill you, with a smile and a joke like I'm crazy. Then it went to the boss. I own you, or you think you're the boss. The same things that we're doing at my father's office. Asking me to work for them, and then hunting me down to kill me for asking me to work for them. To do my job, which I did very well. And once again, we're out here in Camarillo. So in Camarillo, we're out here in Camarillo. Now you're probably asking, wait, you live in Woodland Hills. So why is this random guy, gas station employee in Camarillo, working on you with these mental illness tactics? Showing that if I'm hired to do a simple IT job at my father's office, they literally have tools to notify people worldwide. Also, I want you to sort of document the orange and black motorcycle, like we were pointing out, the orange and black Charger by my house. But, so the point is, we're probably going to see orange and blacks by the Jamba Juice, where I'm talking to Brittany. So the point is that this guy wanted to take turns on me in anger and rage and go, I don't know you. The same thing that's been done to me since a young child, since 5 years old. And then get those reactions, this crazy guy did this to me and this crazy guy did that to me, and we need to arrest him and lock him away. Hey, what's this card? And I go, the truth. And then he gets angry, right? You know? And then he gets angrier and angrier, lashing out in rage for simply stating you've been lied to. Well, people generally don't run around, I'm going to kill you, and you don't say anything about it. One random stranger after the next since 5 years old. Okay, so let's see, it's 8:55. We have a meeting at 9:30 with Brittany, and we're going to Jamba Juice. We are by a Starbucks right here. Okay, here is a Lexus waiting with the lights on backwards. A Kia here. This is a Starbucks. You can't see the sign. I have an extra half an hour, so I'm trying to figure out if I should park now. Let's see. Okay, and a white car backward. I'm just kind of documenting the local area so that when we leave, we can kind of see the changes of behaviors and, you know, the groupings of identical cars in twos or the cars backwards. You've now seen the guy. Well, you heard the guy tapping on the counter at the gas station, and then when he got the cards, the boss, have a good one. Remember I said in the camera, as I'm leaving, he's gonna say like, man, or bye-bye, or have a good one. Well, he said, have a good one, boss. And they do the boss thing over and over in innuendos that I think I'm the boss, and this and that, right? That's why they do it over and over in repetition, to try to provoke me into a reaction. What the hell? I thought there was a Jamba here. I think I just drove by it. There was a Jamba here, so. Okay, we got a red Sentra backwards here. Red car there. A second red. Okay, I'm just gonna Baja. There's the Jamba. Okay, so let's shit. Okay, so I'm just noting the red cars in this kind of empty-ish lot, right? Some might be, some might not be. They always know where I'm going before I go, and they do it through looking at my texts, hacking my phone with the police. Car back there waiting with the lights on. Red car backwards here. 2 red cars close to the Jamba. Another red car okay, so 2 red cars backwards. Interesting. And 2 red cars closer to the Jamba. That's 4 red cars. And we're just gonna go around the entire lot. And if there's no other red cars, then you're gonna kind of see a pattern. Oh, a 3rd red car backwards. Okay, so 3 red cars backwards, right? Now there are a few other cars backwards, but like this one, and they're all, 2 more. They're all directed at me. Okay, there's a Fios guy backwards. The Fios guy backwards, waiting backwards over there. 2 red cars. So look at the groupings. I want to see if we veer away from this local lot, like go around the edges if the red cars kind of disappear. Showing you, or proving I should say, that they're strategic in nature, even though common sense already tells you it does. Okay, 0 red cars here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back the other side of the lot. And these are all forwards right here. I'm going to go back to the other side of the lot and see if there's red cars. I don't think there were. And I might even go to these buildings here to show you that the groupings of red cars are strategic and directed at me at this location where I'm going. Even though they look spread, even though they're spread, they're directed at me, if you understand what I'm saying. So this is the Jamba we're going to be meeting at. Or Jamba Baja Fresh. Now let's go back to this side where the Starbucks is. Are there red cars? There's a guy pulling up, parking backwards. I see 1 red car over there. Right? So you notice how they're starting to sort of park backwards, and this girl waiting for me right here in the Lexus. Another backwards Charger. I don't see any reds right here. Right? Let's see if I'm wrong. There's 1 over there, but there's still a higher number of reds in that one corner or area. If we look over here, there's a red car way in that corner, and there's a red car here, but there's only 2 total in this entire, 3. But they're, you know. Okay, so now what I want to do is go to that little business building and see how many red cars there are, to sort of prove a point. Okay. Right. Okay. So there's the red Focus over here. Okay. So now we're driving back this way. You notice how she's kind of waiting for me. Okay. Was this red car here in front of the Jamba here before? I'm not sure. That might be a new one. So red car, the other red car here, the 2 red cars backwards over here, close to each other. Right, okay. Another red car there. Really hard to prove. You would never look for it unless the things like when I walked out of my house, the red cars in groups all come out each time, and I call it before it happens. Okay, so now we're going to this business parking lot right here. I gotta look at the time really quick. Okay, we got time. Okay. I see pickup trucks backwards. This pickup truck backwards and that pickup truck backwards. Okay, there are some red cars here. And I'm not saying people don't drive red cars. Although you can see how they kind of got these 2 together here. Right? And then you got another one, he's backwards here. So these are probably actual employees with red cars, but they still try to get them close to each other. Does that make sense? Okay, so you know, it's hard to really pinpoint something this subtle, but it's definitely going on, especially with the hundreds of thousands of other things I have on video, which are more obvious. Okay, so this back here, we don't have any red cars. I wonder if I can get back over there, just to prove a point. The further we veer away, the less red cars is kind of what I'm trying to prove. So let's see what happens. And I could be wrong, you know? I've been wrong before, but about the stockings, no. Okay, so now this building's further away, right? So they'd be thinking, Kevin's not going to come out this far. So let's see what we have. I don't see any reds in this lot over here. Do we have any red cars? but just one. A red Caravan Honda thingy. Okay, we have two more here further away. And one even backwards. Now notice the threes, the pairs or the groupings of threes backwards. So even though it's still fairly close, you know, in numbers, it seems a little more spread back here, but you know, you can't really. What's more important is these cars in pairs backwards like that, and those tactics are easier to see. Now remember, this information is disseminated instantly worldwide. Everyone that sees Kevin whistle, everyone that sees Kevin do these things with red cars, everyone that sees Kevin park cars backwards in 2s and 3s, everyone that sees Kevin wait in your car backwards with the lights on in large groups, right? So that being said, you sort of have to separate those who are strategically following you and those who are just doing it in case you ever go somewhere and leave your house and have an interaction with a person, just like you saw at the random stranger out here in Camarillo, the gas station worker. Out here, hey, boss, this and that, boss, have a good one. What's this card about? It's about the truth. Truth of what? Yeah, bullshit, right? Don't play the fucking games with me. Of course, that's not what I said. But that's the point, is why would you discount... Okay, there's a worldwide campaign to kill me. Why would you sit there and go, I don't know you? This campaign's been going on since 5 years old to kill me. With my own father, mother, and brother. So why would you sit there and say, oh, I'm gonna help kill you? Right? So this was the gas station I was at. So I guess we're doing a little loop. And then, okay, that's the gas station. We're out here in Camarillo off Vertigo Street. I don't remember the address. And we're coming back around the other side where we were to where the Jamba and Baja Fresh are that we're meeting. Brittany and Henderson. You know, just kind of videoing those reds over there. And how the lot kind of might be changing, or people showing up doing these things. Now this girl's still waiting in the car backwards, so with the lights on, showing that it's most likely to trigger me, right? Try to trigger me. And okay, so here we are back towards the Baja, where we're going to meet with Brittany. Okay. So when we're eating, usually what was happening last time were people waiting back there watching me here as I was buying drinks. Instantly when I went into the Jamba, groups were showing up with the color patterns, oranges. This guy's an employee of something. I think he might be the employee of the supermarket here. I'm just kind of documenting my surroundings. Also, it's going to be important to see what this dude does when I go out and sit there. Although, I don't know if he'll be on camera.
Wi-Fi on. Wi-Fi on. Wi-Fi off. Starting normal recording.
and I hold it together like usual, and then I tell him, and I walk out. Well, as I'm walking out, there's a guy in the car telling me things. He goes, I don't want these. And I just ignore him, and I walk out to my car. He goes, I don't want these. Well, he's out of the store, and he's on video. On the front CPR cam here, he's on coming out of the store, following me in. He doesn't want the car, because there's so much traffic in the way. Yeah. So remember, there's cars on. Now he comes out and he basically puts it under the windshield. And I go, whatever. And I click a couple of times, I have the camera on my shoulder and he's recording. So now, because he's working with massive people, using the camera, I pick up the camera, I go, okay, so here's the side, you heard what you said, he's now putting the cards here, he's doing this. Okay, so here's the side, you heard what you said, he's now putting the cards here, he's doing this, blah, blah, in front of him, talking about things to my camera in front of him. And I get in my car, I start recording, comes up to me, and I go, wait. I'm a DJ, and my name is DJ something, blah, blah, blah. And I said, same guy, trying to cover it up. Like, hey, this is also publicity. And I'm like, well, DJ, blah, 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 that's all going to be edited out because you didn't want my card, and you don't think my life is value this or that. And he said, oh, yeah. I said, well, DJ dumbass, I really don't give a shit if I'm backing up. And he's pissed, and so he's sick. And I'm holding the camera, and he's sick. Okay, so each event was him aggressively provoking me and trying to get him around. Right? So, and then two more people within like an hour's time. I go to a gas station, and I walk out of the store, and as I'm walking out, I got my yellow shirt. I'm pointing out all the yellow and black showing up. They're following me in the car. And so I'm walking out of the store, and the guy walks by and says, hey, how you doing, man? And he walks by. And then within 100 feet of the gas station, I go, this is the part that's not edited, right? It's about me. I go to 7-Eleven, I buy something, and 7-Eleven employee goes like this, or something, and as I'm walking out, a more savvy surfer, long-handed dude walks like, hey man, what's up, or something like that. And I go like, I just what's the message? Like, go take a shower or something. And he's just like, what's the message? Like, go take a shower or something. And he's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, this and that. Oh, and of course he's parking backwards, facing my car with the lights on, and leaving the car running as he walks in the backwards lights on past it. And then I'm leaving, and I put up all the camera up with him, and he gets a good picture of him and everything, and he follows me. And then he says, hey, I'm not trying to do anything weird in this. I have a website called Hippie something, this and that, but it's not online yet, this and that. I'm not trying to get weird, trying to think the other guy's doing. Yeah, cover that. I go, hey, this is publicity. Yeah, okay, sure. Or we're trying to kill you to get famous. And, so on video, you can see within a 24-hour period of time, the random people follow me from place to place, and they pull off the road and go into village stores. And the man, after the guy follows me for a time, after the time, he's trying to get kids. Yeah. Oh, and he says something like, I'm buying the guy, he says, so you think if people keep saying that or something, they're trying to cover it up? And I said, yeah, I said, you guys keep having people call me from place to place, thinking you're meant to kill me and you won't stop me. You sure have something to hide. Something like this, something like that. Yeah, trying to reverse psychology me into like, oh, you're crazy, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and the trigger mechanism is if I went out and I didn't get help. Does that make sense? So, correct. So, I went out to Boston and Green Valley and found a spot on the camera kind of in between Green Valley and everything's sort of isolated where I can get to. And everything's sort of isolated where I can get to. And where guys go by yelling this and that. Yeah, that's when it starts. That's at night. And so they get mad. Oh, shit, man, he's out. He's away from us and he's healthy. And now we're getting angrier and angrier. Well, I'm sure you understand what behavior is. No, we're going to torture you so you're crawling on the ground bleeding, and then you get enough fresh air and some of the wounds sort of starts to heal, and then I grab a crowbar or pipe and start bashing your skull in some more. Correct. Yeah. And for a while. How you feeling? What do you know about this? And there's no argument in his family. That's good shit. You know what you need. That's good shit. You know what you need. Correct. That's the right answer. So when I say that the government is running around saying it's time, you can't do it, you understand that it's no different from you being born black and then saying you can't cotton on the plantation and if you go like that, you skull in with a crowbar because I hate you and you're kind of a shit and blah 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 and you do what we tell you to do. And that's something to understand. And it's worldwide. It's something and nobody will come forward. Nobody will. Absolutely not. How can you say that they die and they're labeling him as different, robbing him of life and trying to kill him? No, they don't even know it. They take turns on me, like I have so much. No, they don't even know it. They take turns on me, like I have so much this red dot belt on Fox News working on me and 12 Fox News helicopters following me to Warner Center, park on the side and committing a flying after like, I think I got to switch the point my email them because you're going to be fucking crazy, you know? And, yeah. He's off, you know what you do? I do. You know what you do? Sorry. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, so remember, we had this conversation in the beginning about the psychology behind this mass worldwide mobbing of something like Adolf Hitler. I can't explain without specifics, but the behavioral, I don't know, behavioral intellectual mobbing, I don't know, behavioral intellectual mobbing group all fit that same criteria of these well, correct, like they're the inferior race, they're different, they're this, or whether you want to say that, you know, they used to call black, they're like, oh, that's a fucking black monkey with no intelligence, same type of thing. Yeah, and they plan it against one man, creating a complete fiction about me, and think about, I mean, there's so many different discussions on the how they built the tools to do this, why they're doing it, types of people, the personalities you follow, versus what people think for themselves. Like my mom, I'm neutral, bizarre, those people. Yeah. I mean, there's a planet against her child, and it's unusual. Yeah. I mean, there's a planet against her child, and it's unusual. Right? Yeah, I actually have two versions, and now the story's changed a lot because I was reporting, you know, that might even, that was before the 2011, or around the time that the parking lot went towards backwards and no place. So there's a whole different component now. It's also very difficult to book. How do you explain with emotion all these scientific the things you saw? Just the things you saw right there, the two black and white pickups, the green shirt. How do you convey the pain, the emotion? I don't even know how to do that. I mean, when you watch, think about it, when you watch a movie and it's 2 hours, how do you convey 2 hours how do you convey guys on an island, standing on an island, bugs are biting his foot, and his foot slowly bleeding and falling off, and then in the movie they would cut, okay, 3 years later, he's still here, and it's like, you don't feel those 3 years of pain. So when you're writing a book, now, well, books even harder because they have to read, you can't show every picture of every book. Yeah. 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 So the writer, and that's not me, I'm not that good, has to be able to put it into those words and emotions, and you can understand, hey, this is what people were mean about that. No, yeah. Endless, excruciating, and when you hear the statement, there are things worse than death. And when you hear the statement, there are things worse than death. Way worse. You fucking put a bullet in my, you don't scare me. You put a fucking bullet in my head right now, I'd be like, good. You know, it's like, that does not scare me. Fucking kill me or don't kill me, I don't care. But follow me around, torture me, and lock me in a cage and torture me and do this. Yeah. And it was designed for some kind of psychotic state control where we don't want the responsibility of killing our target because it's illegal. Well, yeah, because you know why? Kevin, they created this thing around me which is on any level psychotic, like NSA, violent, or anyone with their server vault for data. Kevin Perlman figures out, I can't tell you if there's any other targets like me, if there are many. Kevin Perlman figures it out if there's any other targets like me, if there are many. Kevin Perlman figures it out, so we have to kill Kevin Perlman. But you can't kill the guy who's running around saying people are trying to kill me for what I know. Correct. So they've got to do it in such a way with me that I look like I snapped and killed someone, and it was they stopped me. I'm crazy, like if he says I supposedly threatened to kill all Starbucks customers, or get me to kill myself, and they write it off with no investigation of the suicide. It's so insane. Nobody will come forward on anything. And not only will nobody come forward, but they're all angry at me. Right? I mean, yeah. Yeah, well, think about it. Those groups of green shirts. Those perceive that as a extremely angry. Green shirts. Those perceive that as extremely angry. Oh, really? Mercenary? Well, this is good. You know that last family showed up right when I was talking about black people. I know, and I was like, I did notice that. And I was like, what are they doing to that? And I do have a lot of those situations where they coincidence aren't coincidences, right? Them really spooky shit that almost literally seems like psychic level. I don't want to make that crazy statement, but the fact that I was sitting there and I was pissed off that I was kept being mobbed by black people, and I was thinking, I never said it out loud, kept being mobbed by black people, and I was thinking, I never said it out loud, I was thinking these fucking bootleggers ain't fucking leaving me alone. And all of a sudden, people in big started walking around, and black people were looking at me funny, and putting their head. Never said it. Never fucking said it. I just thought, like, I was pissed off, and I was so full of anger, like, fucking piece of shit, leave me alone. And you fucking hit me. And all of a sudden, and I'm not saying anything about psychic powers or anything, but it's pretty fucking freaky. And I really don't want to go too far down that road of the unknown, but for things like right after, within minutes, we started to talk about black people, yeah, I thought about that, but then I figured we're on camera, and I'm not saying for me, or if it's part, more importantly, what's your opinion on the people showing up, the two pickups backwards, the green shirts, those are all strategic. What's your opinion? No, your opinion about their emotional state. Okay, hey, Kevin and Jamba used people show up with big shirts. Correct. And he never stopped. So like there are a lot of these people come by and they smile and smirk and laugh. But it is controversial to think about the resources or the difference between your friend doing it just to sort of get a joking reaction, or 100,000 strangers per hour that never ever stop, or 100,000 strangers per hour that never ever stop. You have anything. Come on, try to dig down into what you think that they're thinking. Okay, so now think about what you just said. What's behind that? You're fucking enraged, correct? I mean, this is no little danger, okay? This is torturing and killing people, and with premeditation. Okay, so even if they walk by and go, ha ha, what's behind that ha ha? Insane amounts of anger and rage of KKK members killing black people or Jews or Muslims. Correct. Okay, so even though those people are not going to, correct. Okay, so even though those people are not going to neighbors call me every day out like they walk in on Sunshine Man all day for years, and with the same rage that you can have, correct. And you've actually started from Adolf Hitler and the KKK. Yeah. 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 Okay, go, yeah. I know. Okay, so Monday night, we do it. Yeah, I have to sort of research it. Yeah, I have no idea. I wonder where we're going to go. Well, I mean, so you understand? So you understand? So you realize, so like, the point is, we have the card, functional video, we have the people on video, we have the card, functional video, we have the people on video. Yeah. So, here, essentially, apparently, people are going to realize one or two didn't have a problem with that. One activated their rage. Okay, go, good to go. Yeah. Bye.
Parking mode off. An impact was detected during parking mode. An impact was detected during parking mode.
Okay. So, when we're eating, usually what was happening last time were people waiting back there watching me here as I was buying drinks. Instantly, when I went into the Jamba, groups were showing up with the color patterns, oranges. This guy is an employee of something. I think he might be the employee of the supermarket here. I'm just kind of documenting my surroundings.